A very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all to the International Training Program on Building Capacity to Enhance Farmers' Capability to Address the Challenges of Climate Changes using Climate Smart Agriculture Strategies, organized by Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. We shall mark the beginning of this event by lighting of lamp and seeking blessings from Ma Saraswati to remove the darkness of ignorance and grace us with abundance, prosperity, and knowledge.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां। हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां। तो श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। तो श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा दे अंधेरे, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ।
Thank you, everyone. Now, to introduce us with the workshop, we have Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. Dr. Kaushik has a PhD from Indian Agricultural Research Institute and has extensive experience of over 25 years in research and development and over 16 years in PG teaching in the field of biotechnology, plant protection, natural products, analytical chemistry, and agricultural policy. With over 70 publications and 22 patents, Dr. Kaushik has successfully completed over 40 national and international projects. As a coordinator for the agriculture sector, she has prepared a detailed report on problems related to the agriculture sector in India and prepared a plan of action for sustaining the agricultural growth in Disha project. Her contribution in the field of bioprospecting has led to the development of biocular biopesticide. As a head of Research and Development Research Group, she has been actively involved in project development and management, laboratory management, supervision, and teaching of postgraduate PhD students and researchers. We humbly request you, ma'am, to share your valuable insights.
It's brief.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, our Vice Chancellor ma'am, who has joined online, Dr. Balvinda Shukla ma'am, on behalf of all my faculty, students, and staff of Amity University, I welcome you all for this second face-to-face workshop of our APN project, which we have been doing with our Dr. Siddiq from University of Western Australia, Dr. Saleh from Bangladesh, and Dr. Hakimi, Mr. Hakimi from Afghanistan. So these three groups have joined together, and I welcome all of you, like Mr. Mohan from APN member, and I also welcome Dr. Smita from FAO representative. Dr. Jeevan is joined online from World Bank, and all other distinguished faculties and members who have joined online. There are many people who have joined online, and very few. And VC ma'am has also joined online. She will be addressing join line. So this is a good opportunity for us to have the hybrid mode of this workshop. So those who have the opportunity to come can come and then interact with each other, and those who are unable to come can join online. So this is a wonderful opportunity, and we should not miss it. But before I hand over to the mic to other, I would like to say that we were very fortunate to have this project. And we were also fortunate to have the first face-to-face first workshop, the training workshop face-to-face, just before the COVID. So that was in February 2020, and we successfully conducted that workshop. And we had many colleagues from KVK and from all the partners countries, from UWA, from the Kernel Foundation, and from Kabul University. And we discussed a lot of opportunities at that time. But soon in March 2020, we had this COVID outbreak. So the idea was that to develop the training manual for the farmers and conduct the farmers training. So those trainings which were supposed to be taken place somewhere in June and 2020, we could not conduct those training. Then at that time we were having the online meeting. We discussed, suppose if the lockdown doesn't material doesn't is lifted, what will happen? What will happen to our training? Then first come first, we prepared the plan that we will have the online farmers training, where we will have some master trainers sitting in somewhere in the some one room, and the other trainers, the farmer sitting in somewhere in another room. So we can conduct some kind of training. But fortunately, the lockdown was lifted, and in July we had the face-to-face training program. So we have conducted in India three face-to-face farmers training program on the climate smart agriculture strategies. What are the different strategies which they can adopt? We have developed the manual, and we have also in Bangladesh we have conducted two farmers training program successfully. Two they are going to conduct immediately after this workshop. And but unfortunately in Afghanistan, by the time the funds were transferred, there's something and happened, the university had some problem in transferring the fund to the for the training. So that by the time, and then later on there was a change of regime. So we are facing some problem, but the Hakimi is quite uh, like uh, he's quite hopeful that he is persuading his colleagues to at least conduct these two training programs. So we are hopefully that in Afghanistan also we would be able to conduct these farmers training programs. And these training programs have been very eye opener. Like we got to know a lot of problems which the farmers are facing, and most of the farmers, particularly in India, what they are facing because of the climate change is mostly they are unable to tackle the pest and disease problem. Apart from the drought and everything, the major problem is that they are unable, because they are facing new type of pest, they are facing new type of diseases which they are not known earlier. So that is the one thing which we have come to know from the farmers, and we need to develop the. So we told them that what are the strategies they can develop, the IPM strategy, the INM strategies, all those kind of strategies, which we will anyway discussing in the afternoon session. But I had made a small presentation, but I think because of the hybrid mode, we okay. Okay, just wait it. So anyway, I will present in the afternoon. That's not the session. That's better.
Afternoon is better.
Better. So so that better. So we have done like two second master training workshop. Initially, we had done online because we were not sure whether when the Australia will lift the ban, the Bangladesh will lift the ban for the travel and so on. But now we are fortunate that we got the extension till August this year. This is the second extension we have got because of this COVID. And then so that we are able to conduct this face-to-face workshop. And we are also fortunate to have the two presentations as from India, one from the FAO project, which Dr. Smita will be presenting, and we will come to learn about this thing. And second from World Bank, from Mr. Jeevan will be, Dr. Jeevan will be presenting that one in the today afternoon. So these two will give us some experience. Apart from that, we also have two invited talks apart from the network presentation. One by Dr. Sanjay Kalia. He would be giving the like all the insights from the DBT perspective, like what the DBT's initiatives are with respect to the preparation of the climate change for the farmers, developing the varieties and all other initiative which Department of Biotechnology has taken with respect to changing climate and adaptations for the farming community. And then second talk we have from Dr. Raul, which he will be presenting about the climate smart strategies which India has taken. So these are the two invited talks. So this is in summary, and then we will having presentation from each country experiences. Will experience sharing by Bangladesh, experience sharing by Afghanistan. Have joined online. Then of course from from our friend Dr. Siddiq and his group, Dr. Amin is here. They will be sharing the experiences from the Australia. So this is a very good opportunity. And since we are recording, those who are unable to join because this is the examination time, and we are examinations are going on, and we also have the DRC SRCs of the PhD scholars are going on. So some of them have not joined. Those who wanted to join could not join because of this problem. That's why I wanted to ask you if we can change this date to last week of June. But Dr. Siddiqui is very busy. His calendar is booked, I think, 1 year ahead. So we were fortunate to have. Yeah, this. So and they can also listen to the recordings. Yeah, that's possibilities there. So with these words, I welcome you all here, and I hope that students will be benefited a lot by listening to these presentations. Great presentations. It's very difficult to gather so many a galaxy of the speakers at one point of time, that two international speakers. So I hope that everybody will be benefited. And then at the end, I would request that I was talking to Dr. Siddiq. I was talking to him that since we have done so much of hard work, like can we release, can we request a special issue in agronomy and sustainable development, because he is part of the editorial board. So I'm just requesting from this platform that if we can launch a special issue in agronomy and sustainable development, which is an Springer journal, where our friend Dr. Siddiq is an editorial board. If we can, that would be a great value for us, and then we all of us can contribute a chapter in this as a this thing. So this is my humble request, that if we can consider this request, that will be a great what you call contribution to this project, that we can bring out a special issue. And we have been we have been talking a lot about these papers, but we haven't done anything so far. So now with this, I think pressure will come on everybody to put up the paper. So that's why I want this a special issue. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I will take privilege to invite Professor Kadambo Siddiq, Hackett Professor of Agricultural Chair and Director, the UWA Institute of Agriculture, University of Western Australia. Professor Kadambo Siddiq has over 30 years of experience in agriculture research, teaching, and management in both Australia and overseas. He has developed a national and international reputation in agriculture sciences. Professor Siddiq has publications are considered as key paper in the field of agronomy, farming system, genetic resources, and are widely cited. These publications include numerous highly cited papers. Professor Siddiq has conducted research on adaptation of crops to water deficit and the phenological, morphological, physiological, biochemical, and genetic traits that enables the crop to cope with various abiotic stress. We invite you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Amity University, and I would like to acknowledge Dr. Nusen Kaushik, who is the leader for our project. I'm very proud of that. Dr. Saleh Ahmed from the chairman of the Kernel Group, again, a major force in making this project progress. Professor Selva Moti, and then, of course, online, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Balvinder Shukla, then Dr. Smita Barkati from FAO, and Hemant Bornagakkar, who will be joining. And of course, your founding chairman, president, Dr. Ashay Chauhan, and others. So I won't take a lot of time. Basically, this is a very interesting project. As Nutan mentioned, we had COVID. Despite that, we were very resilient. I was so surprised. In fact, I was very happy the number of times we met online, and the Bangladesh team and the Indian team took that challenge. We didn't sit idle, developed the online modules. Then we started the training program. So I think overall it has been a great success, and I hope the APN, the funding body, will see what we have achieved despite the COVID restrictions. I think we all know about the climate change. I don't think we need a lot of science behind that. People have to accept that climate is changing, and there's evidence all over the world, including South Asian countries, that in the form of drought, heat stress, flash floods, and so on. So agriculture is affected, as well as the infrastructure, health, and so on. But the cause of this climate change is also very clear, and anthropogenic, human-induced changes are really contributing. The greenhouse gas is one of them. And of that, carbon dioxide equivalent, or methane, or nitrous oxide. Agriculture is contributing to the climate change, greenhouse gas emission. Of that, methane from ruminants, animals when they burp, and also the paddy system, and the nitrous oxide from when you apply urea and nitrogenous fertilizer. So we know that it is affecting. So we have to do something. The next point is that every country, it's a global problem, but effect is locally. So we have to work locally and work upwards and bring the global community. The poor farmers are affected. Now, on the top of the climate change, the Ukrainian-Russian conflict is affecting enormously on the global food security. My FAO colleague will know that. The hunger and malnutrition scale, we were going down, now it's going up. Estimates shows that about 150 to 200 million people were pushed towards poverty because of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the top of that, climate change is happening. The heat waves in North America, Canada, and other places affected the crop production. The fertilizer distribution from Soviet Union is affecting. The shipping of grains from Ukraine is affecting. As a result, the food price is escalating all over the world, whether both in developed and developing countries. And farmers are affected because the input cost is escalating. On the top of that, the climate change is affecting. So what can we do in a local environment? There are two strategies we can do: the mitigation strategies, reducing the greenhouse gas emission. The second is the adaptation strategies, particularly the vulnerable farmers. So this project is largely focusing on adaptation strategies. The good news is that if you go and look at the literature, there's a lot of good work has been done, whether in India, whether in Bangladesh or Australia or any other country. What is required is that bring all those things as a package of practice and then deliver to the farmers in a form they can apply. So you don't need rocket science. This is what I'm saying. Continue the science, but at the same time, people should engage in translating those packages so that there can be a difference that can be made. I'll show later on. I suggested my talk will be the last. I don't want to come the first talk, where the farmers, a climate action group in Australia. So the farmers themselves taking, we want to have net zero emission. What are the practices we can do? So they're digesting their emission strategy and then doing that. Small scale farmers can do that as well, integrating cropping system, the best practice, optimum use of fertilizer, etc., will reduce the greenhouse gas, but also they can be resilient. So this kind of projects need upscaling, Nutan. We have done with a smaller budget, what we have done is focusing in India, selected farmer groups, focus in Bangladesh, again, a number of farmer groups, and also in Afghanistan, to less extent, we have been successful. What is required is now, we would like to see, take all these wisdom and apply through farmers, with the help of farmers, and show that, look, we can make a difference, rather than saying, look, more and more talk about it. Hopefully, we should be able to convince some of the funding bodies, including DBT. Sanjay Kalia is coming here, where we wanted to have a translational work that includes economic, social aspect, technological innovation, and involving farmers best practice, then showing that we have made a difference. We can do various kinds of analysis. So I look forward for the next this week, talks from various experts, but also I'm more interested in finding out from what's happening in India through Nudhan's group and also Saleh's group, which has been doing in Bangladesh. And we will share what's happening in Australia. We had a change in government, and that's largely because the previous government has ignored, I can confidently say, ignored the climate change. So the people got together, the people voted against and said, look, it's time for a change. Climate change is real. Australia is affected really badly, and we can't ignore both emission but also adaptation. As a result, there is a huge amount of funding coming. We just got a large grant on soil challenge. So soil is another one. Again, my friends are here, and that soil challenge will help us to understand the soil and also store carbon for a longer term in the soil and better farming system. With that, I wish all of you the best for the next 4 or 5 days, including the field trip Nudhan has kindly organized. I look forward to interacting with as many of you and also some students whenever they get an opportunity to come out of their exams and other things. Again, once again, thank Amity University for the lead. It has been a great pleasure working with Amity. Many colleagues asked me, why Amity? So I said, when we work with the government organizations and other established universities, long-term established, but we would also like to work with private universities, particularly in India, where things are going to change. The whole higher education research agenda is changing in India, and I believe that private universities like Amity can take the lead, and more private education system will come countries like India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to take an honor to invite our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, and I thank her on the behalf of entire team for gracing this occasion. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla is an MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. Besides this, Dr. Shukla has been on advisory board as well as independent director on board of committees, National Institute of Immunology, Ministry of Science Technology, Government of India, Khadi Design Council of India, and various NGOs. Dr. Shukla is a recipient of various prestigious awards and honors, such as Outstanding Leader in Education, Person of the Year Award 2013, 100 Most Influential Directors of India Award by 2016, by World Aggregation.
Thank you very much. Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir. Our SGP co-chair and SGP member, Dr. Hemant Gurgaonkar, the focused project coordinator for Ms. Smita Barkatati, and my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Singh and Dr. Silvamurthy, our esteemed guest, Dr. Mohammed Dr. Saleh Ahmed, Chairman of Cardinal Group of Companies from Bangladesh, and our esteemed guest, Professor Kadambodh Siddiqui, Professor of Agriculture, Chair and Director, Institute of Agriculture, University of Western Australia, Perth, and Dr. Nudhan Kaushik. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our esteemed guests and a partner for this very important international training program on building capacity to enhance farmers' capabilities to address the challenges of climate change using climate smart agriculture strategies. We all know that how important it is to, work on the and develop the climate resilient technologies in the field of agriculture. Uh, Increasing global temperature, rising sea levels, and melting polar ice caps result in inland submergence one side, salinity intrusions, severe drought on the side, frequent and more intense floods, all of which drastically impact agriculture, productivity, food security, and the livelihoods of the millions of people in those affected areas. Experts of climate change, agriculture, and relevant fields of the South Asian countries came together to identify climate resilient technologies and practices that farmers can adopt in the field to keep the productivity trends upward despite climate hazards. The climate resilient technology need to be selected on the basis of agroecological systems of the respective regions. The selection criteria of climate smart technology should prioritize the potential of the technologies to improve productivity, increase resilience, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Resilient technology should aim to achieve the most important three outcomes. The first and foremost, that increase productivity as the global demand of that as food is increasing due to the population growth. So produce more food to improve the food and nutrition security and boost the income of poor farmers who mainly rely on the agriculture for their livelihoods. So to keep them motivated is extremely important, because if the farmers are not interested to grow the to continue in the agriculture field, definitely that's going to impact the agriculture production in big way. Secondly, to enhance the resilience, reduce vulnerability of to drought, food, salinity intrusion, pest disease, and other shocks which the farmers face from time to time, and improve the capacity to adopt and grow in the face of longer term stresses like shortened seasons and erratic weather patterns which we have been seeing. And then the third one is important um, is that reduce emissions, pursue lower emissions of GHG for each calorie or kilo of food produced, avoid the deforestation from agriculture, and identify ways to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. So, so, so this project aimed at training of the farmers in climate smart agriculture technology to make them adaptive to climate change. And despite COVID-19 pandemic, the project could, this very important project, um, could achieve, um, you know, the outcomes as were envisioned by the team, and I'm extremely happy today to see that our partners from Australia, from Bangladesh, and Afghanistan are part of this training program, and it demonstrate that how the global partnerships can work together and achieve the desired outcomes for the benefit of the humanity, for the benefit of the society, and how the and also at the same time developing the synergies, because today is the time when the collaborations are extremely important to focus on the global challenges and continue to not only to continue to do the research on the focusing on the global priorities, but at the same time utilizing the expertise, the resources, pooling up those resources and capabilities and capacities of various organizations to get the better outcome. Now, our Honorable Founder President has always emphasized that whatever the initiatives, the institutions take, or the faculty takes, they should always focus on the outcome. So I'm sure that this international training program on the building capacity to enhance the farmers' capability to address the changes of the climate change using the climate smart agriculture strategies will go a long way and help the farmers in the entire um, the world, and especially the South Asian region. So I would like to congratulate all the three partner organizations, all the four partner organizations, the Amity University of Uttar Pradesh, who is hosting this training program. Also, I would like to congratulate the University of Western Australia and the Carnell Foundation from Bangladesh, Kabul University from Afghanistan. Especially, I would like to thank and welcome Ms. Smita Barkataki, Focus Project Coordinator, and Dr. Hemant Bargaonkar, SPG co-chair and the SPG member, uh, and the Dr. Professor Kadam Bodh Siddiqui ji from University of Australia, and Mohammed Dr. Saleh Ahmed from Chairman of Carnell Group of Companies. And I look forward through my team working together on the other research areas for the betterment of the agriculture sector. So once again, Dr. Nutan Kaushik and Dr. Sangeeta Pandey, congratulations for hosting this training program and mobilizing all the resources, and please work together and see that how we can achieve the bigger goals for the benefit of the stakeholders of the regions. So thank you very much. And our Honorable Chancellor always says, that through the partnership, working together, we can change the world. And I'm sure this training program and these partnerships will surely help us to achieve this goal, that how we can make the world a better world to live, and how we can meet the requirements of the agriculture produce at the global level. So my special thanks and a welcome to all the participants who are attending this training program. And I'm sure that all of you will have the great time here at Amity, and I'm sure you will build a lot of networking, which will go a long way in future for your benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind and motivating word. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Saleh Ahmed, Chairman, Colonel Group of Companies, Bangladesh. Sir, a brief introduction. Sir, a brief introduction. I was supposed to give a brief introduction. Yeah. Sir has an extensive experience of over 39 years in agriculture and development, particularly in production. Sir has served as a senior scientist in Bangladesh Agricultural Research Institute for about 25 years, and also provided consultancy to World Bank, FAO, UNCTAD of UN. Currently, he is working on post-harvest technology management specialist, safe horticultural crop production, and post-harvest technology transfer project in Department of Agriculture. Extension, Ministry of Agriculture, and the chairman of Colonel Foundation and the Colonel Group of Company in Bangladesh. And also, he is president of Bangladesh Society of Horticultural Sciences. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly provide your remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my immense pleasure to be here to say a few words in this excellent event organized by Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. First of all, I would like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Silva Murthy, Dr. Gurinder Singh, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Smita from FAO, and Dr. Hemant, and other guests and experts present here. Actually, we feel proud to be a part of APN project. I want to extend my gratitude to especially Dr. Nutan Kaushik, who took this attempt to include Bangladesh here. And side by side also, I want to express gratitude to Dr. Silva Murthy sir, because we had an MOU with Amity University and our company. So from that, we could get this opportunity to work with this APN project. Thank you, sir, for providing us this opportunity. And you see, as stated by Dr. Nutan Kaushik, we have took the challenge to organize the trainings face-to-face in Bangladesh. And it was already planned that we should organize these events in two different climate spots. One is in plain land and other is the saline areas, where near the Bay of Bengal, so like this way, where the peoples are suffering seriously from floods, cyclones, soil introduction, etc. And fortunately, we could organize this training. And Dr. Nutan Kaushik also joined through virtual platform. So we hope that next two training programs we will be organizing. One is dry arid zone of Bangladesh, dry areas, and other is in plain land. We all know that climate change is posing a serious challenge to food security and livelihood, especially in this region. To ensure food security, both in short and long term, and making agriculture sustainable, climate resilient appropriate adaptation and mitigation strategies have to be developed. And this could be done by the individually, by the country, as well as through regional and global cooperation. One individual country or one individual person cannot make this change. So challenges are further exacerbated with the depleting water resources. This in some states in India is also suffering that, in some areas of our Bangladesh also, especially the northwest regions, the water scarcity is making this problem. And degradation of soil and imbalanced use of farm inputs that are lowering farm profit and unstable in the region. Adaptation to climate change in agriculture is the key to face future challenges. In this context, Amity University Food and Agricultural Foundation and the foundation of Dr. Silva Murthy sir, this we can, fortunately, Amity University has got the strength to do many things for India, for this region, and for in global spectrum also. So I would like to request the Amity University that let we think to make a forum to deal with this climate change strategies, at least in South Asian regions, SAARC countries. You see, now I am crossing 67 plus years. But one thing hurts me. ASEAN countries, they are going with many activities as well as progress also. But unfortunately, the SAARC region, we are not doing so, lagging behind as compared to the success of ASEANs. So it's my request to the honorable experts in front of me that can we take the initiative through this Amity University. I enjoy it. Fortunately, Nutan Kaushik shared me the webinars you are organizing here. Mostly, I try to join it, and I feel proud to be a participant of those webinars. So it is the request to the Amity University Authority to think on that. We may discuss more in the finishing day of this event. So, and I'm not taking more time. Thank you very much once again. And to my two colleagues from Bangladesh, that Mr. Mia Abdul Rashid is there. He has taken a lot of load to prepare the training manual. And first we made it in English, and later on we translated it to Bengali, and both was done by the Mia Abdul Rashid. He is also the retired director of agricultural extension and now working as a program director of Carnell Foundation. So with these few words, I would like to conclude here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. W. Silvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh with us. Dr. Silvamurthy has served Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India for 40 years. Dr. Silvamurthy was closely associated with the Department of Science and Technology for promotion of health-related research. Sir has been awarded the National Award for Science and Technology Innovations presented by Honorable Prime Minister of India, year 2012, Technology Leadership Award by DRDO, year 2010, presented by Defense Minister, Lifetime Achievement Award in the field of clinical and preventive cardiology, year 2006, from Honorable President of India. We Amitians are blessed to have you, sir. Now I kindly request to share your experience.
A very good morning to each and every one of you who have joined us here in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and also online on this program. So let me welcome you all for this inaugural session of the 5 days event, which you are going to have to discuss what you have achieved in that consortium project for the capacity building for the farmers to face the climate change. So I'll be eagerly looking forward to the last day when you have deliberated and come out with a blueprint and also a roadmap. Where do we move from here? We have done what we have done, what we intend to do. So I would be very keenly looking forward to. So in that, your suggestion to build a consortium through ASEAN as well as SAARC will also be taken into account when we plan our next strategies. Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who has created this whole Amity Universe today with 11 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools. We have given a focus on climate change. How do we mitigate climate change? How do we adapt to climate change? And also, how do we prepare every cross-section of our society, including farmers, to face the challenge of climate change? So we have given a focus. In fact, Dr. Chauhan started way ahead 10 years ago, Amity Institute of Global Warming and Climate Change, when even people at the global level may not be even thinking about it in a focused manner. Similarly, we have Amity Institute of Forestry and Wildlife, we have Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, we have Amity Institute of Environmental Toxicity and Management and Safety. So like this, we have given a big focus on sustainability. So that is why this particular project, which we have been a part of, where Dr. Nutan Kaushik has taken the lead from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, with the partnership of all of you. So I'm so happy. So Dr. Chauhan has also created another research network. I would request all of you to join together. We have established on global warming and climate change. And in this, we would like to have a global connectivity, like Project Genome. Can we think of something in agriculture, climate resilient cropping or a climate resilient agriculture? Because ultimately food is survival. So can we think something like this from this nucleus which you have created in capacity building? Can we think of a mega program where the global involvement will be there, not just 3 or 4 countries together, but let us look at, can this be a lead from here, from that small consortium to a global initiative? So let us start thinking. FAO representative is also here. So Professor Kadambat Siddiqui, who is the chair and director, the director of Institute of Agriculture and the University of Western Australia. I was just listening to him, and his university and his institution is actually number 16 in the world in agriculture. Similarly, number 1 in Australia. So we are fortunate to have such great leaders here today. When I was briefly interacting with him over a cup of tea, I was able to see his commitment, devotion, and also the knowledge, length, breadth, and depth of knowledge in this field, not only in agriculture, but animal husbandry. Animal health is also linked with agriculture. So I was very happy, and I'm sure that your presence here will really lead us to look at new avenues, new trajectories in which the whole world should move, not just only our countries, 4 countries who are participants in this. So welcome you and looking forward to interact with you. And Mohammed Dr. Saleh Ahmed, who is chairman of a kernel group of companies in Bangladesh. He has been a partner to Amity, and we have been building partnership. So your presence here, Dr. Mohammed, that this will expand, deepen our relationship with you, with your country, with your organization, and I'm sure with your company, which is doing a great job in this particular domain of agriculture. We would like to look at new opportunities, and certainly your suggestions of involving Asian countries as well as SAARC countries in a big way to build a global partnership in this region. Ms. Mita Barkatki present here. She is the Focus Project Coordinator in FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, which is the apex organization for food and agriculture. So your presence, being from the Delhi office representative, is reassuring us of the commitment of the apex body in food and agriculture, FAO. And Dr. Hemant Bargankar, SPG co-chair, I think he is joining online. And also Dr. Amin, who is also the colleague from with Dr. Siddiqui, and Dr. Hassan, Dr. Rashid, who played a very important role in forming out the document which he mentioned, and my own colleague, Dr. Nutan Kaushik. We are very proud to have such a great leader as Director General for Amity Food and Agricultural Foundation, which she is heading as Director General. She had brought a rich experience of working in another private sector, which is dairy, for years. And here she has done wonders in the last 5 years, that she has given a new vibrance, new paradigm to all the research and development activities in agriculture and food activity as the Director General. And she has so many multilateral, bilateral projects. So we call her Miss Multilateral and Miss Bilateral. In terms of projects, she has built a number of projects which she is doing with Hungary and many countries. So Nutan, compliments to you for this wonderful initiative, and you have brought this consortium project, which in spite of the COVID setback, we still were resilient to move ahead with progress, organizing online, offline training program for farmers. So my compliments to you as well as the whole team members. Now our partners, University of Western Australia, the kernel group of companies, and also the Kabul University. We have professors joining from Kabul University online. Welcome you, and we cherish your partnership. And we are very keen to also support you at this time of need, that India will be willing to develop, contribute to your developmental activities. So we will look forward to, in the agricultural field, what we can do. We'll be delighted to do from this group as well as from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I must also put on record our gratitudes and appreciation to APN, that is Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. That is the one who is supporting this whole program. So I want to also place on record our appreciation to that. The whole theme of this program, which you are going to deliberate, which you have completed now 3-4 years, working in this area of climate resilient cropping and agriculture. How do we do that? Climate change is a reality. It's no more a myth or the assumptions or predictions and forecasts. It is a reality. So every one of us, the 7 billion people and the whole biosphere has to be worried about this climate change. And India has already committed that by 2070, we will be carbon neutral, which all our efforts, scientists, academic institutions, industries, every system is geared up to through this action plans. And our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the whole government of India, and all of us, the 1.4 billion people, are committed to see that what we can do to mitigate, to slow down, and also to combat as well as adapt to this challenge of climate change, which is looming large on all of us. So we are taking many initiatives from Amity as well. My association with today, if you look at the food security in our country, we are in top 5 in agricultural produce. If you look at India, we are the largest milk producer in the world. And if you look at agricultural produce, be it horticulture, vegetables, fruits, and also cereals, pulses, and all this, if you take even fish, egg, we are in top 5 in terms of production. But what we are now striving as agricultural scientists and the academic institutions and the whole government is looking at how do you enhance productivity per hectare, productivity per animal. So all these are very important initiatives, which is going to be challenged by the climate change. So you need to now we are looking at improving productivity, but there are barriers, obstacles coming in the form of challenges through the climate change. So how do we combat this? So we need to, as was mentioned by Dr. Siddiq and others, that one is how do we adapt to this climate change? Because the biosphere has got a tremendous resilience capacity and capability. Nature itself is highly resilient. If you give enough time, it will heal by itself. Or we can enable that to heal it by itself. So the first thing is how do we adapt to this change? So the farmers, what practices they should bring, what type of cropping patterns they should adopt, what type of the soil health they should look at to synergize the efforts of the plant physiology, crop physiology, which Dr. Siddiq himself is an expert in the field. So we should now look at the adaptation. Second is how do we build resilient cropping? That is, how do you bring climate resilient cropping? So this is again, you should look at the ways by which you can build. Can it be through transgenic? I was involved in DRDO. I was the Director General of DRDO. Then I served 40 years, that great organization. So we have agricultural lab in defense. You may not know, we have 3 agricultural labs which are focusing on high altitude agriculture since hill agriculture was started. So I was looking after that as well. So we did a wonderful transgenic tomato we brought. What we did, we took the osmotin gene, which gives resilience to low water availability, then cold tolerant gene. So through agrobacterium, we put it in a tomato plant. And then we took it to T8 transgenic, the 8th generation, to see that integration takes place. And then we also looked at safety of the high altitude environment in which we are going, Ladakh, where we have done these experiments. We have a Defense Institute of High Altitude Research. So why I'm mentioning is that we should look at such kind of possibility of low water availability, cold tolerant, heat tolerant, saline tolerant. This kind of genes are known now. So how do you bring transgenics could be one way to combat the climate change. The second could be now the new advancement in genome engineering. CRISPR-Cas9 is another technology where you can manipulate the genes for good. So can we look at such kind of emerging technologies like CRISPR-Cas, genome engineering, genetic manipulation, And so this kind of activities we should also look at. The other important thing is microbial technology. So we should look at the soil microbes as well as the atmospheric microbes. How do we harness this to give the climate resilience cropping? Like Amity itself has done a wonderful experiments on using a Piriforma spora indica, which is a root endophyte, which gives protection against the abiotic stress, like low water availability, high temperature, low temperature, salinity, alkalinity of the soil. So we have developed that microbe, which we have harnessed. We have put a bioreactor and developed. Now 5 industries have taken this technology to improve. We have tried on cereals, pulses, horticulture, sugarcane, medicinal plants, this microbe. So now even a Taiwan-based company, Sainon Corporation, has taken this technology from us. So this is microbial technology. So please look at youngsters like you people should look at how do we use microbial technology to give the agricultural resilience for climate change. We should also look at things like the practices like hydroponics, aeroponics, where it's soil-less culture, agriculture. We should look at how do we bring that hydroponics, agroponics, the aeroponics, and so on. Finally, the message is world is one. India has always believed in Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. That is, we are all brothers and sisters, global village. We are one family. We are just in different places with different colors, different racial origin, and so on. But then we are all one. So if it is so Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, that we need to unite together. This is one such example where 4 countries have united together to come and then join together to give the capacity building for a n number of farmers in different countries. So please share your experiences. What is the best practices Bangladesh might have done, Afghanistan may be doing, or Australia has done it, and also India is doing. So in all this, how do we do the experience sharing in a very active way, not passive way, actively adopt the best practices to your own country's ecosystem, the norms, policies, and so on. The other one is consortium approach. That's what I said, like Project Genome. Can we bring climate resilient cropping, the global program on this? FAO is here and top universities are here. So our next message, carry home message is start thinking of initiating a global consortium project on this climate resilient cropping to bring synergy. The Amity University has made a big document, AgriVision 2035. Please share that with our colleagues, that we have thought in the next 15 years that what we should be doing to align with the global thinking and the efforts, and also our own country's national vision. To aligning with that, we have made AgriVision 2035, in which one is productivity enhancement. Then we are looking at biocontrol and plant disease management. This is also to reduce the pesticides. We are focusing on biocontrol and plant disease management. We are focusing on biofortification. Dr. Kuldeep Singh is here, Dr. Antil. So they're all working on the biofortification of zinc, because our soil is deficient in zinc. Zinc is the coenzyme in our metabolic pathways, as you are all aware. So how do we fortify the soil as well as the food through the foliage as well as root application? So both the efforts are on. So this is also a very important initiative in terms of biofortification of food. So such efforts are on. And then we are also looking at post-harvest in a big way, because this is also very important. We lose sometimes 30% of agricultural produce due to post-harvest loss. So how do we reduce this? How do we bring it to zero? Or how do we reduce it? So we have efforts on zero energy cooling chamber, which farmers can just build it in their own area. You don't have to bring the vegetables, fruits to another place to store, like a cold storage. They can just create a double wall brick structure, put the husk over it, keep the water dripping. So the temperature inside the chamber where you want to keep the vegetables reduced by about 10 degrees, which is sufficient for him to keep for the next 1 week or so. So such innovative, frugal innovations are required so that every farmer can afford, have an access to the technology. So this is zero energy cooling chamber. Then we have also built a CoolBot, which is a sensor which can measure the differentially ambient temperature as well as the temperature which you want to have inside the chamber. So it optimizes the energy consumption. So in some places where there's no energy, electricity, use the zero energy. Here, economically consume power to use this. Then we have also doubled the farmer's income by putting cropping on the ground, putting the pole, putting the photovoltaic, and then the farmer gets double income. And we have increased the efficiency by putting water sprinkler on the top of the photovoltaic and kept it slanting. So we just, through solar pump, we just activate this. It just washes the surface of the photovoltaic, which gets cleaned, and the same water goes on, irrigates the plant. And the bottom of the photovoltaic, which gets heated up, is cooled by the transpiration of the crops, the plants. So this is how the efficiency increases. So we have just put a demonstration plant. Maybe you can have some time to see that. In 0.25 acre, we have put 40 of them. Each one gives 300 watts, 12 kilowatts. 2 kilowatt the farmer uses, 10 kilowatt he puts on the grid. So we have developed a model. So this will double the income of the farmers. This type of innovation, simple solutions we should look at. So I'm sure you all are experts in the field, and certainly you will discuss all these issues to give resilience to our farmers who are the lifeline, because our GDP, 15 to 18% GDP comes from agriculture. For India, GDP comes from agriculture and food. More than 50% people are employed directly or indirectly in the agriculture sector. So we are discussing a very important issue related to this population, and which may be true for Australia, Bangladesh, as well as Afghanistan and other countries as well. So I'm sure we will discuss this, and you will come out with a blueprint, because Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president, who always says there must be an outcome. Whatever we do, there must be a fruitful outcome. Otherwise, we just discuss, we make a report, and then we make some glossy paper report, and then it stops there. But then we must actually give a solution to the farmers. So I'm sure this 4 days discussion which you are going to have will lead to that recommendation, which is implementable by in our countries, the member countries who are partners in this project, as well as it will give a global model for them to adapt as well. So I'm sure that all of you will discuss in that spirit and bring out a wonderful recommendation, and we will also implement them, not just make recommendations, but we will implement them to in the letter and spirit. So with this, I welcome each and every one of you for this very important deliberation. And we are so grateful to all of you that you could find time to be with us, and also to make Amity as your partner in these endeavors. So we like to do many, many more the projects, consortium projects with all of you, very distinguished, valuable partners. And with this, and students, please make use of this opportunity. Please bring your faculties. More students should come. I would like to see in the afternoon sessions, whomsoever is free, please bring them to the deliberations, because you won't get such an opportunity to meet brilliant scientists. And I would like more people to attend, both online as well as offline. Dr. Nutan Kaushik, please ensure. Sangeeta, the compliments to you, and please bring more people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving such a wonderful introduction, not only about the subject, but also about the MET technologies which we have, sir. And we certainly will look forward, we'll certainly take care of this, that there's a fruitful outcome of this meeting, whatever we have. We also have online Professor A. Chakravarti and Dr. Neera Sharma, but I will invite them to give remarks. So first I would like to invite Dr. A. Chakravarti, sir, who is Deputy Director General of STIFA, which is an alliance which of our Honorable Founder President has created to create an alliance with the global scientists and global faculty. So over to you, sir. You can just introduce your STIFA and then also give some remarks, valuable remarks. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning, Dr. Nutan. I think what a great time to start the day to talk about the impact of climate change on agriculture. You know, in India, like as an agrarian country, depends largely on agriculture and thus on the farmers. And today's topic is how we train the farmers to double their income, fighting the climate change challenges. Most important, especially for the countries like India, Bangladesh, even Australia, from where the distinguished guests are here today as part of the Asia Pacific Network. You know, the challenges which are for the global nature that cannot be solved independently. You know, climate change is an issue which has been emerged globally for the various reasons, and that's why today's entire sustainability is in the question. And that's why the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations has emerged. Agriculture, food security, which are linked, is one of those great challenges. You know, it also connects very well with us, especially in Amity University, where Dr. Nutan Kaushik and her team, with other departments like biotechnology, genome engineering, and many other campuses, have taken this crusade of trying to find out possible solutions for climate change related challenges in agriculture and thus in the food security. You know, today's morning newspaper, when I opened, first thing was the mixing of methanol with petrol, a 10% methanol mixing with petrol. These are some of the initiatives which Dr. Selvamurthy was talking about, that India is committed to carbon neutral in another 1 decade time. While we will be making our efforts in all fronts, parallelly, we also have to train our agriculturists, our farmers to adopt this climate change needs in their practices. This also goes very well with the vision of our honorable founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who thought to make India as a supreme power through education. Education is not which are the classroom education. Education which are through in the field, through the agricultural productivity, through the improvement of farmers. India is a large country with more than 1.3 billion people. So only one section progressing will not make India progress. We have to make our farmers progressive, know how to face the challenges which are emerging through the global change effect, and parallelly build up the sustainable agricultural models. I'm very happy to see that the Asia Pacific Network has chosen Amity as the venue to train the people in this region through hybrid model about the new methods of agricultural farming to benefit our farmers, not only to face the challenges, but also to improve their livelihoods. I congratulate all the distinguished speakers and participants and also the Asia Pacific Network. Special thanks to Dr. Nutan Kaushik and our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, who has provided and created this platform, which is now globally known as the Amity Universe, and helping the nation, not only the nation, but the global community in addressing these global challenges and improving the quality of life of our farmers. Once again, thanks Dr. Nutan Kaushik for organizing it and inviting me to say a few words. Congratulations to all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I now also invite Dr. Neeraj Sharma, sir, to say a few words. Neeraj Sharma, sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, so good morning, all. As my colleague, Professor Chakravarti, has already spoken about the topic and the subject, it's actually very important to train the farmers given that climate change is a reality. We are all going through it and we are all experiencing the climate change. So this is a reality. And the government of India has given great importance to the issues related to climate change. One important aspect which government of India has taken is about the soil health very recently, and it's all affected by the climate change. And the government of India and the importance that the MET is giving together in line with the government's thinking. Also, if you see, the country is moving very much forward in terms of producing many crops, including we have recently seen the crop production in wheat has gone up in the country despite the climate change issues. However, the farmers need to be trained, and this particular program with the Asia Pacific Network, which is supporting this particular event, 3 training programs have already been conducted successfully, and this is the 4th one. Despite the pandemic going on, I must compliment and congratulate Dr. Nutan Kaushik and her team that she has been able to achieve this great success. The issue of climate change and food related, food getting affected through the climate change, MET has given very much importance to these topics. We wish that our institution, the MET University, takes it still further, and whatever we do has to be, given sort of inputs to not only the Asia Pacific, but the entire global community. I again wish to congratulate Dr. Nutan Kaushik to organize this 4th training program, trainers training program for the farmers, and wish everyone from the partners like the from Australia, Bangladesh, etc., and Kabul, who have joined this particular event. So my best wishes for this training program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, with us, we have Ms. Smita Barkataki from Focus Project Coordinator, Food and Agriculture Organization, New Delhi. Ma'am has completed her MS in Soil and Water Sciences from University of Florida, USA. With over 16 years of experience in research and development sector, she has managed projects on various domains, including climate change adaptations, climate resilient agriculture, soil and water management, etc. Ma'am is currently associated with Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations and has served as project manager for IFAD's focus project in Nagaland and Mizoram. Ma'am has also worked with various prestigious institutes such as Ministry of Rural Development, Natural Resource Management at AFPRO, IARI, ICAR, TERI, University of Florida, SIRD Assam, to mention few. We welcome you, ma'am, and kindly request you to share your views with us.
Thank you, everyone. Honorable guest on dais, Dr. Selvamurthy sir, Dr. Siddiq, our other speakers who are participating online as well as offline, faculties, students, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank MET University for inviting me. I feel extremely proud and honored to be a part of this very important event, which is the International Training Program. And I would also like to congratulate MET University, in particular to MET Food and Agriculture Foundation, for the excellent arrangements for this training program. The topic of this training is quite relevant in the present world context. We all are aware that growing population is driving up the demand for food. But declining crop yields and natural resources pose a threat. The previous speakers have already pointed out what are the issues because of the climate change and how agriculture, particular to Indian agriculture, is facing those challenges. To just give the statistics on at global front, it has been projected that between now and 2050, the world's population will increase by 1/3. And most of these additional 2 billion people will live in developing countries like India. This means the food and feed consumption will be more. And if the current income and consumption trend continues, then FAO, based on one of the study, estimates that agricultural production will have to increase by 60% by 2050 to satisfy the demand for food and feed, which is not an easy task. And also FAO estimates that almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, which is very unfortunate. And by saying hungry, hunger means here insufficient consumption of dietary energy, which includes an inadequacy of food as well as nutrition. As more people go hungry and malnutrition persists, achieving zero hunger by 2030, which we all are expecting, is in great challenge. So agriculture must therefore transform itself if it is to meet this demand. But many biotic and abiotic factors are always playing major roles in agriculture sector, and climate change is making this task even more difficult. Therefore, the concept of climate smart agriculture, in short CSA, has been brought in the last, within the last decade as a way forward for food security in a changing climate. CSA means climate smart agriculture. This is an approach that helps guide actions to transform agri-food system towards green and climate resilient practices. So CSA support reaching internationally agreed goals, for example, sustainable development goals, and it also aims to tackle three main objectives. Number one, sustainably increasing agricultural productivity and incomes. Secondly, adapting and building resilience to climate change. And thirdly, reducing and or removing greenhouse gas emissions wherever possible. In afternoon session, I will be presenting about focus project, that is climate resilient practices in hill ecosystems. I think there I can discuss more in detail how these three objectives could be met. Given the time constraints, I'm not going to go in detail, but from my experience over the last 16 years as a research and development professional, I have realized that mitigation and adaptation, we all know they're two different terminologies, but mitigation in context to a developing country like India is not very easy. So adaptation, I think as an agriculture professional, we should, as a personal, I am thinking, it is my feeling that adaptation is the easiest approach. And secondly, farmers training is very important, because farmers, they know, they have more knowledge than even we have. But only thing is that the proper system is missing somewhere. And farmers, particularly in India, and farmers in Western countries, there's a huge gap. Just quickly, it just came instantly to my mind when I was working with University of Florida. I used to work with orange growers. They used to have big groves, and the farmers, they are so much aware about all the needs and requirements of their own farm. They used to tell the university people, we want to do these and these things, you please give us the support. And we used to make the project as per their requirement in consultation with them, and then implemented that, right? But this is not the case in case of India, because India's farmers, the capacity is somewhere not at par. I mean, still we need to, it is a long way to go, I believe. So as players in this research and development sector, we are always, I think each of us, each and every institutions, we are trying our best to build, take these CSA practices, the climate smart practices, to the field. But if we introspect, if we do assessment, if we can see the adoption rate, the rate of adoption, how the farmers is taking a particular technology or a practice is not very satisfactory. So what happens? What is the missing link? I think that is where the training is required. The capacity building exercise is required. That is where. Confidence building, exactly, sir. Very rightly pointed out. And capacity building exercises like training, awareness camps, awareness programs, and confidence building exercises in participation with the farmers. Means whenever we plan something, participation of farmers is very important so that they have the ownership of that particular practice. And capacity building at all different levels, including governments, CSOs, farmers as well as the frontline workers. That is how I would say. Then participation of farmers, as I said, played a very important role in scaling up the CSA approach to reinforce the resilience of farmers' livelihoods. Knowing the importance of capacity building of the smallholding farmers so as to address the adverse impacts of climate change, the highly prestigious MIT University is conducting this 5-day-long international training program starting from today. I really wish to thank Dr. Nutan and her team for taking this initiative and wish a great success of the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Hemant Bargaonkar from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and an APN member. Dr. Hemant is a climate scientist and a retired scientist at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, India. He has a PhD in physics from Pune University, from Pune, India, with more than 35 years of research experience in the field of long-term climate variability, paleoclimatology, and climate changes. He has developed a wide network of tree-ring climate proxy records over the Himalaya and tropical India to understand the long-term climate variability and glacier fluctuation over the Himalayan range and monsoon drought frequency since last several centuries. He has successfully completed several research projects on climate changes and related environmental issues in collaboration with national and international universities and institutions. So we welcome you and kindly request you to share your views.
Thank you very much. My voice is audible? Good morning, everybody. I'm very much thankful to organizer for inviting me in the inaugural function of this important workshop. This is my great honor. I am retired senior scientist from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. Since 2014, I am associated with APN as a scientific planning group member. APN, that is Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. Its mission is to support a cohesive and interactive community of global change researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and civil society across the Asia Pacific region through innovative and transdisciplinary approaches that draw upon extensive network of science policy practitioners. An integral part of its mission is to support and promote the scientific investigations of changes in the global systems and their implications for sustainable development in the Asia Pacific region. APN contributes to the realization of these investigations through supporting research and science-based response strategies, effectively linking scientific outcomes with policy mechanisms applicable to all levels of governance and societal sector in each country. Scientific capacity development, within and beyond governments, including affected communities and other members of the civil society. APN supports a range of research topics and other activities that help to achieve its objectives. Few indicative topics that may be interest of APN includes climate change and climate variability, ecosystem and biodiversity, terrestrial changes, changes in the ocean and coastal systems, resources utilization and pathways of sustainable development, also risk reduction and resilience. In recent decades, the rising temperature, carbon dioxide concentration, and uncertainties in rainfall associated with global warming may have serious direct and indirect consequences on crop production and hence food security. It is therefore important to have an assessment of consequences of global warming on different crops, especially contributing to national security. The present project of Dr. Nutan Kaushik is a good example of capacity building activity under the climate change and food system. And it aims at capacity building of small farmers by providing hands-on training about new mitigation approaches, different adaptive techniques of agriculture, etc. It also aims to develop a strong network with regional and global organizations and scientific bodies working for climate change-based challenges to develop sustainable methodologies using climate-smart agriculture approach. On behalf of myself and APN Secretariat, I wish great success in this activity, and I am sure that large-scale farmer community will be benefited with such efforts of Dr. Nutan Kaushik, PI of the project, and collaborators, Professor Rambat Siddiqui, University of Western Australia, Dr. Saleh Ahmed, Chairman, Cornell Group of Companies, Bangladesh, and Mr. Sayyid Simulda, Kabul University. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. I would like to share with the hall that we have created a dedicated website for this project. And during this afternoon session, when I give my presentation, I'll give you the address of that website. And please go through that website and provide your comments. And then also, if you have some thing to contribute in that website, we'll put up the material in the website also, like the training manual or something like that, some other pictures or of your training or something like that, we will put up in that. Because this is a very handy, because you don't have to look for the material here and there in somebody's laptop. So website is a very good thing which we have taken up, and then APN knows about this website. So this is what I just want to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Dr. Nutan Kaushik to kindly felicitate Professor Kadambot Siddiq. A big round of applause, please. Now I would like to request Dr. Nutan Kaushik to kindly felicitate Mohammed Dr. Saleh Ahmed. Sir, I would request you to come and felicitate Dr. Mohammed Saleh Ahmed. Thank you, sir. Now may I kindly request Dr. Kuldeep Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate Ms. Smita Barkati. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Pandey, Joint Coordinator and Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture, to share her vote of thanks.
Good morning to all dignitaries, faculty colleagues, and dear students. I, Dr. Sangeeta Pandey, Joint Coordinator, Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture. I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks for this international training program on building capacity to enhance farmers' capability to address the challenges of climate change using climate smart agriculture strategies. To begin with, first I would like to thank our beloved founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his blessings and inspiration for the event. Thank you, sir, for motivating us and blessing us always. Next, I would like to thank our Honorable Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for motivating and guiding us to excel in all spheres of our profession and continuously inspiring us to march towards this direction. Then I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, for her continuous guidance and support for the event. Thank you, ma'am, for your continuous inspiration and guidance. Also, I would like to show my gratitude to Dr. Selvamurthy sir, President of Amity Science Technology Foundation, for always motivating us and blessing us with his kind words. A big thank to you, sir. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. A. Chakravarti and Dr. Neera Sharma for taking out their valuable time and giving their exemplary remarks. I'm especially very thankful and I want to show my gratitude to Director General Agriculture's Food and Foundation, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am, to conduct this training program on such a relevant topic. On behalf of entire Amity University, I extend my thanks to Professor Kadmot Siddiqui, Professor of Agriculture, Chair and Director, Institute of Agriculture, the University of Western Australia, Perth. And thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation and collaborating with Amity University on such a relevant topic. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mohammed Dr. Saleh Ahmed, Chairman, Colonel Group of Companies, Bangladesh, for his exemplary remarks. A very special thank to Ms. Smita Barkati, Focus Project Coordinator, Food and Agriculture Organization, New Delhi, for becoming part of this event and expressing her thoughts. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Hemant, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and APN member, for taking out his valuable time and becoming part of this inaugural session. Thank you, sir. And no event is complete without the audience. So a huge thank to all attendees who will be joining both in person and online as well. A big thank to all of you. And we all are looking forward to have enriching session in this training program. And I welcome you all for the session which will be conducted in afternoon session. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we may proceed for the high tea. And we will regroup in half an hour. Welcome back to the technical session. Our first speaker is Ms. Smita Barkataki, and she will be presenting on climate smart agricultural practices, FAO experiences in India. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. This is not in full screen. Is it in full screen? Okay. Should I start? Okay. Thank you everyone again and good afternoon. I was to us to present FAO's experience in India on climate change, climate smart agriculture. But given the time constraints, I would go very quickly, with most of the projects, and briefly I'll give an overview of what FAO as a global organization is doing. And FAO India is of course doing several projects, but over the weekend I could not reach out to my other colleagues and get information. So mostly I'll be presenting my own project, which is Focus Project. And I think it will be very good because here from the first inaugural session, I could understand that mostly here we are talking about the mainland farming, that is agriculture in the plains. But beyond the plain, beyond the mainland farming, there is a very typical type of farming system going on, which is called shifting cultivation. So I will be talking about Focus Project. So starting with FAO as a global organization, just very quickly, FAO is a United Nations organization, and the main purpose is it is leading the international efforts to defeat hunger. FAO is the source of knowledge and information. We are a technical organization. Rather than implementing directly, we are kind of knowledge hub, and we try to disseminate those knowledge for actual implementation. So then in Indian context, FAO, like all the other countries, presence in other countries, FAO India also, we have to be guided by the government of India's priorities, the United Nations Sustainable Development Framework, and also our activities has to be shaped by FAO's corporate policies. FAO plays a catalytic role in essentially as a knowledge partner. For example, in Focus Project also, we are knowledge partner of the respective state governments as well as IFAD. This slide is mainly for the students. I thought it might be helpful for the students. I have shared some links and some tools which can be used for for taking actions on climate smart agriculture and climate resilient agriculture. Apart from contributing to the climate change, climate smart agriculture, FAO by different programs and projects across the globe, we also have formed an alliance which is called Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture. So this is basically an inclusive, voluntary, and action-oriented multi-stakeholder platform on climate smart agriculture. And the vision of this is to improve food security, nutrition security, and resilience to face the climate change. If the students are interested, then I would request them to go to these URLs and please refer to what FAO has been doing and what are the different, different approaches for climate smart agriculture and how to implement it on ground. FAO India projects on climate resilient agriculture. As I said, I'll directly jump onto Focus Project. FAO India provided technical assistance to fostering climate resilient upland farming systems in the Northeast, which is in short called Focus. And this project is funded by IFAD, International Fund for Agriculture Development. And it is being implemented in Nagaland and Mizoram by the respective state governments. Both the state governments, they have formed a society, which is in Nagaland is called SOCRAN, means Society for Climate Resilient Agriculture, and in Mizoram it's called SCRAM. So those societies are responsible for field implementation of this project. This project started in the states from 2018 onwards, and it is still going on. However, for FAO, since FAO is a technical partner, so our tenure was just recently we have completed all our activities. Whatever assignments was given to us, we have completed despite of the challenges due to COVID. I am sure that most of us know what is shifting cultivation and how it is done. But maybe mainly for the students, again, I am saying, because as a student, even I studied agriculture, and I'm from Assam, which is one of the states in the Northeast. But unfortunately, now if I go back and think, I understand that there was actually very limited topic was covered under our curriculum, in agriculture curriculum. Means shifting cultivation was not covered. So that is the thing, that is why I thought maybe just to provide you some, just to make you familiar. I'm not sure whether any student is here or not. Dr. Nutan, maybe you can. Yeah, okay. All right, that is good. So shifting cultivation, any idea? You know, right? Means maybe in one sentence, how would you define?
Afterwards, when season is over, then we shift to a new place, new land to cultivate there and to grow crops or cereals. That's enough. Basically.
Please be seated. Yeah, I think this is an informal forum right now. Yeah. So yeah, very rightly you are saying.
Yeah.
That is true. So typically this is a Jhum land. This is a typical Jhum land. What differences you can see from a mainland plot of agricultural plot and this plot? Can you see any difference?
And basically, it's a natural vegetation that we are cultivating crops over here naturally. In Jhuming, what we do, we shift from one place to another. That is a small term, but basically we see a place, we select a place for cultivation of crops, basically with the agriculture forests, combining with the forest crops and the agriculture crops. We do practices over there for a small period of time, not long, till we are our survival of the people or the community, the persons who are cultivating over there. For a short period of time, they cultivate, then they move on to a new place.
Very rightly said. Thank you. So the difference between a mainland agricultural plot and this plot is that you can see multiple crops here, right? This is not, you can see some rice, you can see some pulses, you can see some vegetables as well here, and maybe some agroforestry crops also you can see. So, okay, let me first introduce Jhum. Jhum is a slash and burn. As he very rightly pointed out, what happens actually, these are all hilly terrains. These states are hilly topography. They have hilly topography, and all are covered by forest. And the thing is that in these states, the land ownership, land holding is very different than the mainland. Here, what happens means my father probably had a particular piece of land which inherently I got, and then from my kids will get it. Unlike that, in these places, these are all owned by the community. These are all community lands. They are, means village council are formed. The village council allot these plots to particular family. And that also vary from state to state. Means we cannot generalize here. Means what we saw in Mizoram, that is not absolutely applicable in case of Nagaland. Because in Nagaland, there are 16 different tribes. And each tribe has their own dialects, has their own culture and own approach of land allotment as well as cultivation practices. So what they do typically, the village council, they allot a particular piece of land to them. The family would come, they will clear the land, burn it. The ash will be used as manure, right? They will just spread it and they will grow multiple crops. Minimum 15 to 20 seeds will be sown in a particular piece of land. That is how they grow. And then they would harvest crops at different stages. So when we talk about shifting cultivation, typically reports say that this is not an eco-friendly cultivation at all. So probably many of us are having that in mind. Why we are talking about Jhum, this is not an eco-friendly cultivation. That is most of the reports that that says. But it also, that is, I don't want to comment anything on that right away. But the thing is that Jhum has some advantages as well, because it has so many dietary diversity. Right? We are talking about nutrition nowadays. Apart from production, we are also talking about nutrition. This is the best example of dietary, fulfilling that dietary need of a particular family. Then secondly, Jhum, we cannot say Jhum means shifting cultivation, locally called as Jhum there. So Jhum, what happens, that is a part of their culture. We going from Delhi, we cannot directly tell them you don't go with Jhum, you come to settle farming. That is not the right approach, right? Because they are so much into this into the system that is their part of their heritage. So focus project, the main intention is not to say that, not to promote sedentary farming. I mean to say settle farming, but gradual transformation, of course. IFAD wants to promote gradual transformation, but at the same time, we want to, through this project, we try to help the state governments to do Jhum farming in a sustainable manner. The way how they are doing is actually very much detrimental to the environment and the ecosystem. What they are doing now, earlier what they used to do, they used to grow crops, they harvest the crops for that season, move to a different place, right? But the population is increasing nowadays. So what is happening, that because of the demand of population, they need to nowadays, they need to come back to the same plot of land very frequently. Earlier there, it is called this gap from one Jhum season to the another Jhum season is called Jhum cycle. Earlier, the Jhum cycle used to be about 12 to 15 years. But unfortunately, because of the population growth and the demand for food, the same plot of land has been used maybe again after 5 to 8 years. That means that that particular piece of land does not get adequate time to rejuvenate the forest. That is impacting the climate change as well as the overall livelihoods of the people. So the main objective, I'll come to the objective first. This is the target area here. I already said what the implementing agency. For FAO, this project started in April 2019 and we recently completed in March. So right now we are in the reporting, in the process of reporting and all. So Nagaland and Mizoram here, and in Nagaland we have 8 districts were selected. In Mizoram, 4 districts were selected for this project. So the main idea of this project of IFAD is to support the government for Jhum cultivation, and the overall goal is to increase household agricultural income of 137,000 households in Nagaland and 64,500 households in Mizoram to enhance their resilience to climate change. That is the overall goal of IFAD. I already said FAO provided a technical assistance here. What was FAO's role? FAO's role was to capacitate the government, particularly the government counterparts, in different aspects. That is sloping agricultural land technology. I'm not sure if this is a familiar term to our students. Have you ever heard sloping agricultural land technology? Okay, so this is a technology which was patented in Philippines back in 90s. So nowadays we are trying to, everywhere in all hilly terrains, we are trying to promote this technology. So there are several models actually. There are 4 basic models of salt, like growing Jhum, like shifting cultivation with agroforestry models, shifting cultivation with animal husbandry, livestock rearing models. So there are 4 different models under salt. Then small soil and water conservation practices, which are affordable to the farmers. Terrace-raised cultivation. So terracing, what happened? Terracing check erosion. And one point I forgot to mention, that since this is a hilly topography, and Nagaland and Mizoram, they get excessive rainfall. The rainfall is more than 1200 millimeter annual rainfall. So what happens? The because of the rain, the topsoil, it flushes away. And along with the topsoil, so the nutrients, where does it lie? It is on the topsoil, right? From where the crop takes. It also goes away. And because after year, where they are cultivating on the same land, right? And the land is also not getting enough time to rejuvenate, to rebuild. So that is what is resulting in poor, very poor, extremely poor soil fertility. So now there are several problems, several issues. If we jot down, if we link the points, what will happen? First of all, the farmers are poor, right? Their soils are not good. Their landholding is in shaky, right? And all those problems, and they are totally rain fed. They don't have irrigation facilities. Most of the farmers they don't have irrigation facility. So all these points are making them extremely vulnerable to climate change effects. Then apart from that, because they are cutting the forest, biodiversity is also diminishing. So because of biodiversity, the agriculture is getting adversely impacted. Everything is interlinked, right? So all these points are pushing them towards a very challenging situation. And above all, the main point, if we talk about capacity is the main problem, because the farmers are not as they don't have that much capacity as the mainland, as a farmer of UP or Punjab are having. They have not seen all those innovative technologies. So these are the there's actually package of issues which have together pushed them towards more and more vulnerability towards their livelihoods. So FUTA, under this program, we help them, we try to develop the capacity of the farmers through the government. As in my inaugural remark, I say the capacity building of the frontline workers are very important. Like farmers will be capacitated ultimately once a project will be taken up for sustainability. The frontline workers have to have the same capacity, or maybe more capacity of those farmers, right? To train them. So that is the main thing. And FAO mostly work with the government, and we help to capacitate the government employees, the frontline workers. So these are the objectives, outcomes, and outputs. I don't think that I need to go in details of that. These objectives, outcome, outputs of FOTA. It is not for the whole focus project. Okay, there are two verticals. One is the main focus. One is our FAO component. So training, we train the government. This is called training of master trainers. So who are the master trainers? Master trainers were the state and district level officers. FAO followed a cascading training approach. If you look at the pyramid, you can see first FAO technical experts. Right? We hire technical expert. That is how normally FAO work. We try to hire best of the best experts in that particular domain, and then we went there. We develop the curriculum. We in discussion with the government. Everything has to be like when we train the farmers, we have to discuss with the farmers. Similarly, when we work with the government, we directly can't go and train the government, right? And we all know that. So everything else done in participatory way. So that is how we have identified 4 main core intervention areas of the project. These are animal husbandry, which is mainly focusing on piggery and poultry; horticulture, which included fruits, spices, and nursery, because these are these crops and these nursery, these have the potential in those particular states. Then agronomy and terrestrial cultivation, agronomy of sustainable jhum and terrestrial cultivation. So here, agronomy of sustainable jhum means how jhum can be done in a sustainable way. integrating salt and small SWC practices, plus terrace rice cultivation. And the main purpose of the terrace rice cultivation is that for gradual transformation to sedentary farming. Then finally, salt and SWC. So after identifying these core intervention areas of the project, we developed the curriculum for the master trainers. We went there, we trained the district level, district and state level officials from both the states separately. And we developed for their ready use, we also developed training manuals for these 4 intervention areas. These training manuals will be kind of a Bible for the master trainers. But eventually, when these master trainers will train the next level officers, like the block level officers, then block level officers will train the lead farmers, and then ultimately it will penetrate to the ground. So for use of the lead farmers and the village level workers, we also developed some small, easy to understand leaflets. Though they actually, the content is the same, whatever was given in the manual, but this is made in a much easy to understand type, and it is not much scientific. These are mainly kind of IEC materials. Altogether, FAO trained 93 government officers, master trainers in Nagaland and 78 in Mizoram on these 4 core project intervention areas. We developed 4 training manuals and 79 training handouts for Nagaland and 91 for Mizoram. Project activities and achievements. These are the main project activities: quality assurance and technical backstopping. I think. Just 1 second, I'm just trying to wait, is the right or okay, yeah, okay. So project activities, apart from training of master trainers, quality assurance and backstopping is very much important for sustainability of any particular practice. Quality, backstopping is really important. Backstopping means follow up. So after we train the master trainers, we ideally what as part of cascading effect, if you have noticed in the pyramid, master trainer, the next level was block level officers, right? Block level officers and village level workers. So when the master trainers were training the next level officers, then FAO's role was to sit there, being a silent observer, and wherever the master trainer gets stuck, our expert would intervene and explain that thing. Why this approach was taken? Because if our expert would explain in the next level training also, then the master trainers would not have that confidence to take these learnings forward, isn't it? So that is the reason why our role was to train the master trainers and then backstop them. Backstop means listening silently, and if there is any point that where the master trainers got confused or they got stuck, our experts help them. And also apart from that, regularly we're providing the technical knowledges, we're sharing the technical views and ideas to the state government. The land use planning is a very important component in any agricultural system, and most particularly in this shifting cultivation dominant areas of Nagaland and Mizoram, because of the topography mainly. And planning would be done here not by individual farmer, it would be done by the community through the village council. To help the government, as I have been saying, that our role was to help the government, not directly implementing. We did not implement directly, the government was implementing. So our role was to help the government in making micro level land use planning. And for that, there is a requirement of agroclimatic atlas and the training the governments how to use those agroclimatic maps in planning the land use at micro levels. So that was done by FAO with support from NESAC, that is a government body. It comes under ISRO, that is Northeastern State Space Application Center. So NESAC developed the agroclimatic atlas for all the project districts. NESAC trained the government, the relevant government officials, how to use those, and then the government official, they make them confident, then they would be able to plan the land use. MIS development was another activity, MIS development baseline, although these are not the core mandate, core area, that doesn't come under core areas of FAO, but considering the requirement of the state as well as IFAR, so FAO took up this activity also. MIS we developed with the help of RMSI, and baseline study was conducted by FAO internal team. So this is in a nutshell about what we did under focus project, IFAR funded focus project. Then FAO, we call it UTF, means unilateral trust fund. But apart from that, whenever there is a project, there is such kind of a big project, FAO always tries to find out if there is anything that we have missed out or which is required for that particular government. And we try to bridge that gap. So for this particular project, apart from those activities, we realized, FAO thought that there is a need of doing some detailed study. And there was no scope under that IFAR funded component. So what happened under the TCP program, that is called Technical Cooperation Program, we we have separate project of small funding. That funding comes from FAO HQ. We conducted several studies. The studies would include on sustainable Jhum. What are the existing practices of Jhum cultivation right now? Not only the agronomic practices. What are the soil management practices? What are the water management practices? What are the agroforestry? Right? There are several scopes of doing that study. And then what we did under the Jhum study, we also collected and gathered information from the recommendation which had been put forwarded by different projects. Means nowadays, everywhere, particularly in the northeastern states, there's so many projects are being implemented. Projects or programs that may be Government of India's program, that may be some bilateral agencies program like GIZ and UNDP. Many programs are happening over the past years. So we tried to gather all those informations, all those recommendations. We tried to contextualize based on Mizoram and Nagaland, and then we tried to jot them out and gave the recommendations to the government so that they can take it to policy formulation. Apart from collecting those information from modern technology, we also collected indigenous information, because there are, it is really interesting. There are too many things to say because I was involved in this project so much. There are some community, as I said, Nagaland, I said that there are 16 different tribes. Each tribe has their own cultivation practice. Some of the tribe that is in Kohima district, just once I visited, I could see they are already doing some very good soil and water conservation practices. They are having stone walls, they are making terraces, and what they are doing, they don't cut the entire tree. They grow just half and let it grow. Okay, means, and they are also using those cut branches, they're using log buns, which are some of the soil and water, low-cost soil and water conservation practices. They are already having that. We are recommending, but they are already doing that since past. And when I asked the lady, how long have you been doing that? She said, I don't know. My father used to do, my grandfather used to do. Means they are doing that. Secondly, another interesting point, they are growing alder trees. Alder, that is the nitrogen fixing, alder has nitrogen fixing capacity. They don't know but they know this is good. They don't know nitrogen, phosphorus, all those things, but they only know that these are good things. So these are the practices we need to sometimes highlight, right? So indigenous practices. Then for income generation, there are a couple of things, like when they make, when they grow rice in a terrace, they can make it kind of a pond, right? And they can rear fish. So those kind of technologies are also in place somewhere, not everywhere, but somewhere. So and they grow snails also, because that is snail is they grow edible snail. So that would give them another source of protein. These are indigenous techniques. These are just some of the examples I'm giving. There is a huge set of recommendations. So those technologies we collected, integrated to the modern technologies, and then we put that to the put forward it to the government. Any question from you? Yeah, means I thought there may be something. Yeah. Okay. That is in a nutshell about focus project. So any question, anything, please feel free to ask. Yes, please. Okay, very good question. As I have been saying, we are not the implementing partner. We are the knowledge givers, and the project will continue till 2026. No, I'm sorry, it is till 2024. Till 2024. And unfortunately, the technologies are given, but the government is still working on that. Field implementation is still not happening. Means our part is done, but the next level trainings and all, they are still going on. And I'm sure that by this year, probably they will start working on all these practices. So I think it is too early to say the adoption. But if I go back to FAO's one of the old project, which is called MeSalt, Mizoram Salt, sir would probably, Dr. Siddiq would probably know, MeSalt project, which we implemented in 2015 in Mizoram, the adoption rate is very less. There are several reasons for that, and I think it needs a much better analysis why it is not happening. We did, to some extent, we did why they are not happening. MeSalt means salt practices in Mizoram, contextualizing for the Mizoram state, where we suggested, FAO suggested some VIPs, means very important plants. They are locally available. They are hardy plants, right? But and apart from the other practices, other salt practices, but unfortunately, only some farmers in the southern part of Mizoram, some are practicing, but it is not widely adopted.
Yeah, that's the problem. The implementation part is where we need to focus now, because we have done, there are a lot of examples, there are a lot of practices which are available. We have also innovated a lot of practices, but now the time has come that it should go to the farmer. Farmer should adopt them at larger scale, not at a small scale. So it has to be either the district-wise approach or the state-wise approach. At least start with the district-wise approach. The entire district should adopt this, take few practices, like maybe 5 practices, and then give it to the entire district. But keep following, and then next year you introduce next 5. Likewise, if we do some planning, then only it can happen. Otherwise, they will remain only in the manual books, and they will never see the day of the light. So that's one thing. My question was that when the land is allotted by the council, like the size of the land, how they decide, like how much to go to one family, like depending upon the family size, or that's one question. Second question is that you said that irrigation facilities are not available in those that state. So what have you recommended for that matter? Like is it the water harvesting, or then channel irrigation, drip irrigation? What is that which will work in those areas?
Okay, thank you. Should I answer?
Answer.
Yeah. So regarding your first comment, implementing, as I have been saying repeatedly, implementation is not FAO's mandate, right? So this is the government. We give a plate of food maybe to the government. Now it's up to the government whether they eat it or not, right? That is where sometimes makes things tricky. And that is where the policy, that is why FA always tries to take it to the policy level. And we gave the recommendations, and I'm certain that this time for the focus project, yeah. So I think the private players and the university players like you, I think it would be a great, I'm hopeful, I'm looking forward to the universities like you and the local universities. They are also, take these technologies forward. And already, and that is another thing, the university, the Mizoram University and Nagaland University, they are also having a lot of technologies, which are also not going to the farmers level, the extent that should have been gone, probably, yeah. This is my personal view, of course, yeah. So that is something. Then your second question was irrigation. Yeah, irrigation. Before that, land holding. Yeah, how the village council gives land. You were right. Again, it varies from state to state. For Nagaland, the tribe, some tribes have the inherent land holdings, right? Hereditary land holding, but some tribes don't. But in case of Mizoram, the village council mostly decide based on the family size. Yeah. That is, and then irrigation, yes, water harvesting was there. That is one of the big activities which is under the main focus project, but FAO's not under the FAO component. But of course, yes, small water harvesting structures, we always promote it. Then if you ask me as a professional, then I would say there are a lot of scopes for gravity-based water, gravity-based irrigation. There are springs. Spring shed management has huge potential in that. That is apart from, away from the project I am saying, it has a huge potential.
Thank you for the interesting talk. I think there are a lot of issues, not about this project, any project you take about the adoption, because it's only 3 years. You had the baseline survey, and then some stage we need to go and look at another post survey. So you have 3 years or 4 years project, and you will find that there's a barriers of adoption. There's so much of barriers, not only in this particular case, anywhere. So in one of my talk, I'll put a couple of slides, show, for example, the climate adaptation. We are talking about climate. Hundreds and hundreds of barriers. Why the small farmers in Bangladesh or large farmers in Australia will not adopt. It could be technical, it could be economical, it could be environmental, it could be cultural. It's just gamut of problems. They know the technology is good, it will make money, but the farmers are looking very short term, because they just want either hungry or getting the cash flow. Right. So one need to really analyze. I have some couple of slides to show how people went and surveyed hundreds of farmers. This is done in India. This paper was done in India, where they went and surveyed about the climate change adaptation. And then they found the barriers of adoption. And some are small, some are very huge. Some of them are technical, as you said. So unless we do that, we will not be able to overcome. And your challenges are enormous. I understand FAO is not an implementation agency, or Amity may not be an implementation agency, but we need to influence. That's why you are training, etc. So to me, I'm not unhappy with what is going on. Then the mountain agriculture, hill agriculture is very complex. And a lot of the research done is for the plains. Yet the mountains contribute the water, the timber, the honey. You take medicine, everything comes from the mountains. Yet we people in the valleys enjoy that, yet not much research and development resources are moving. Whether it is FAO or the universities or the government, we focus on the plains. The plains are getting benefit. Complex issues. For example, water harvesting. Even if you water harvest, the slope is so much, then yes, you can get gravity fed downstairs, but then I will harvest more water, and then only someone else will get So the water
Absolutely.
allocation is an issue.
Mm.
Then, of course, you got the landslides coming in good rainfall years, whole thing gets completely slided away. Slashing and burning, there are issues and which you addressed. And then it is a complex thing. So it takes time. You need a multi-scale large projects with different dimensions, longer time. And then again, marketing is a big issue. Even if you produce the product, immediately they can eat, but to sell that product to the plane, there is not communication. Wireless is not there. Transportation is a problem. So these are some of the biggest challenges in the mountain agriculture in this case here. So I won't be disappointed, but I would like to see the barriers of adoption, which FAO can take the lead with other agencies, then jot it down. The technology is well, we have done this, but these are the barriers. How do we overcome the barriers? That is a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, where challenges are a lot. For example, when Dr. Siddiq mentioned about value chain, for value chain, there are a lot of potentials. For example, Naga chilies or Mizo chilies, right? Then ginger, the best organic gingers, then turmeric. Then in the case of Mizoram and Nagaland, both piggery sector, it has huge potential. But like he has very rightly pointed out, transportation, right? Means bringing the products from there to Guwahati. Guwahati is the main market, right? That's the nearest market. That is a huge challenge. Then apart from that, it borders two foreign countries, right? It has international borders with Myanmar as well as Myanmar and Bangladesh, right? So mostly from Myanmar, we actually under this project, under TCP, we had a survey on transboundary animal diseases. That is creating a havoc recently. So there are several issues which need to be addressed, and maybe one by one, and definitely it will take time. And right.
Use the microphone closer by and then turn it on.
For FOAO side, are you assessing the master trainers, ma'am? Regular intervals of time, whether they are adapting the proper technology to the
Yes.
lower level farmers?
Yes.
Are you assessing?
Yes, of course. We are keeping the track on that. Means we used to keep the track on that. And assessing, see, there are several ways to assess a trainer. First of all, you need to understand what is his capacity level before he gets the training, right? He or she gets the training. So before the training of master trainers, we assess them. After completion of the 5-day long training, we again assess them. We have particular set of questions before and after. Based on that, it becomes quite evident, means how much he or that particular person has learned out of this 5-day long training. Then we always have regular formal as well as informal interactions. If there is anything that we always FAO, that is why FAO was, that is what backstopping, and the backstopping that also comes, right? Regular, but however, there are some practical challenges which are means not from FAO part, but from this is the actually unavoidable situation, like administrative changes. There are so many administrative changes, frequent administrative changes, right? And then the second point is that even the government, means the society which is formed, which is mainly the officers are on deputation basis, but they are on deputation for a certain tenure time period. After that, if they go back to the parent organization, parent department, another person would come. But by the time that person who got the training, he is already gone. Okay. He is not here, right? Yes. These are some kind of practical problems in executing these kind of projects. But apart from that, means whatever it is, we have to go with that. We know all these problems are there, challenges are there, but still we have to put our best to get the work done. So that is how FAO had been trying over the last 3 years. And formally or informally we had a WhatsApp group. I, along with all the experts, were part of that. So if there is any issue come up, then they used to ask us and our relevant expert would advise. So that is how we had provided the technical assistance.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we may proceed for lunch and we will regroup in an hour at the same place.
Whatever time, no problem. Yeah.
Let's continue with the technical session. Next, we have Dr. Nutan Kaushik from Amity University, and she will be presenting on APN project interventions for enhancing farmers' capability to adapt climate changes, India experience.
Thank you, Kushbu. Very good afternoon to all of you. So first of all, I would like to present, I had two presentations. One is about the project, what we have done in the project, and another is the climate smart strategies in Indian context. So this is the first presentation, which is about the project. So this is so before I start the project, I just give you the brief background about the agriculture and allied sciences at Amity University. For the benefit of those, I think all of you know about this one, but those who are online and be hearing for the first time. So this is the in Amity University, we have a teaching institution and the research centers. So teaching institution offer the courses as well as do the research, while the research centers are mainly do the PhD. They offer the PhD program and do the research. So we have two teaching institutions, Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture and Amity Institute of which Dr. Sangeeta is heading now, and Dr. Durgesh are heading jointly. And then Amity Institute of Horticulture Studies and Research, which I'm now heading for the time being. And then in research centers, we have Amity International Center for Post-Harvest Technology and Cold Chain Management, Amity Center for Soil Science, with Dr. Kuldeep Singh was here in the morning. Then Amity for Herbal Research, Dr. Dhan Prakash sir was there. Then Amity Center for Agriculture Extension and Services, Amity Center for Biocontrol Plant Disease Management, and Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. So these are the programs which we offer in agriculture. One is a BSc Honors Agriculture. In UG, we offer only one course. And in PG, we offer MBA Food Business, MSc Agriculture and Agronomy, MSc Horticulture and Harvest Technology, and PG Diploma in Plant Protection. And in doctoral, we have two programs, PhD Agriculture and PhD Horticulture. So, and coming to the infrastructure, we have good labs set up. So if you really see this one, this is the dedicated space for the cold chain management. We do the cold storage related. This is a facility. We have the ripening chamber here also, and we also have the cold rooms here. So to do the post-harvest related study, this is the HPLC, this is the focal, confocal, and then this is the growth room which we have. So these are some of the other equipments which we have in our agriculture department. Then some more equipment, we have AAS. And then, so we got the Academic Excellence Award in Agriculture 2 times in 2019 and 2021. And then climate change, I'm not touching upon. So coming to the project, so building capacity to enhance farmers' capability to address the challenges of climate change using climate smart agriculture strategies. So this was a project which was conceived by all of us, by Amity University, UWA, Cadell Foundation, and the Kabul University and ICADA. So where we wanted to have to identify to the farmers. So objective was to learn and practice new climate smart agriculture methodologies and make it available to the grassroots farmers in South Asia region. So this is the overall approach for this project. So the objective was to conduct the training of the master trainers and then the training of the farmers. So these were the two sub-objectives. And the master trainers were trained, and the task was to organize a seminar, field trips, experimental learning, and so on. And similarly here, again, the development of training module for the master trainers. And this is the training of the farmers, where the farmers, there was a farmers manual, training manual, and then further the farmers training, and then the training manual preparation. So we have almost conducted all the activities except for, and some of the field for training, farmers trainings, like 2 in Bangladesh, 1 in India, and 2 in Afghanistan are left, which we will complete before August this year, before the end of this project. So this was the first master training workshop in February 2020. As I told, we were very fortunate to have the face-to-face meeting so that we could meet and discuss the project. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult without seeing each other physically, and doing the project sometimes is not so good. So we were very fortunate that we had some good memories of this workshop. We could design the strategy, we could discuss, we could deliberate, and we could had the different presentations. So, this was covered by the media. We had a good coverage of this workshop. And then we conducted first farmers training program in November 2023, immediately after the lockdown was over. And then we were very happy to see the greater participation of the women farmers, particularly. This is a self-help group of the women farmers who is very active. And they were very much aware about the burning issues, because when we were talking about the climate change, and they were all talking about the burning issue, straw burning. So and then they said, we are no more burning the straw. So that's a good sign that these are the progressive farmers and they are ready to adopt. And they, particularly when the women are involved, I think the dedication is more. Thank you. And So this is a farmer woman who shared her experiences about the parali thing, the burning of the straw, how they are managing. So this was like very heartening to see that they are really contributing a lot. And different experts, they share their experiences and told the farmers about the climate change. And then this was also covered in different media. And then second farmers training was organized in July 21 in Muzaffarnagar, with KVK Muzaffarnagar. And this particular belt is a heavily sugarcane belt. They grow a lot of sugarcane. So if you tell them that there is a drought, they don't believe it, because they are having plenty of water. They are not shortage of water. So here you need a different kind of a strategy. Here you need to see like what kind of problems they are facing with respect to climate. Their issues are related to price of the sugarcane. Their issues are related to their varieties of the sugarcane. So issues in different places are different. So same recommendation doesn't work everywhere. So recommendation also has to be like locally relevant. So that's one thing which we need to see. That same manual doesn't work for everyone. So we have to take out a special, like we really have to take care. We really have. Can I take this one phone? This is from the KVK director. Hello. Sir. Good afternoon, sir. Hello. So this was the like you need to take out only the relevant portion from the manual and give it to them. Not that you give them the entire manual and tell them read the entire thing. So this is something which we need to take care of. That when you are going to the farmer, be specific to their problems. So this was also covered in the media. And then this is the training manual for the master trainers. This is the master trainers training manual, which we have covered. And this is available on APN website now. So this is one article which I wrote in Agriculture Today. And then we had this online meeting of master trainers. We thought that maybe because initially we had the deadline of the project was until August 21. So that's why we have this July workshop that we're not sure whether we'll get the extension or not. So we did this online master trainers workshop online in July, and that was also very good. And there's a lot of material which is available in these presentations. So we really need to convert them into kind of publication so that it can go for wider audience. And then see, this adaptation practices in saline area was in Bangladesh. This is again in Bangladesh, and then good presentations from Afghanistan. So this was also covered in this one. So third farmers training was conducted at KVK Ghaziabad. And here they are all horticulture farmers. They grow a lot of vegetables. Like no, we visited Muzaffarnagar, the sugar. We did not visit Muzaffarnagar, but we visited some other near the Muzaffarnagar KVK. So here, so first Gautam Buddha Nagar, they were all rice, wheat belt. So they had the parali budding issues and so on. Second was the sugarcane, where there are bagas and everything. So the problems are different. Third one is the horticulture belt. This one, the KVK. So here the problems were different. So again, we trained them. We listened to their problem and accordingly suggested the solutions to them. So again, this was a media coverage. And then in Bangladesh, two trainings were conducted by Kandel Foundation and on with the farmers. And these are some of the glimpses. So Dr. Saleh, I would request if you can, you shared the record. If you can also share the link, the photographs, because on the website, So on the website, we are putting everything so that everybody can have a wider accessibility to it. So whatever material you have related to that can be so this can be given to us so that we can put it on the website. So, and from Australia also, if you have some like reading material or something, we can put it. We have even given the links to the videos which are not from our group, but they are from outside, from YouTube, and those links has also been given over there. So this is the website. Khushbu, can you please type this website address and then show on the on this one on the screen? We can just immediately type this. Just quickly. Okay. Minimize it.
नहीं मुझे क्रोम खोलना है।
Slash. HTTP. Slash. Okay. So this is the website you can see. ये दिख रहा है दिख तो रहा था
फुल स्क्रीन कर दो।
Okay, so this is the website which we have. So you can see the objectives. You can click the objectives. So it go down. So this this page comes and upon activities. In the activities, click the activities. So you can see all the train workshops proceedings are there, and then gallery. Go to the gallery, and here you have all the gallery, all the photographs, whatever has been of the training programs and all that. So these photographs are already here, and then you go to the media. So this goes to media coverage. Yeah, go media. Click on it. Video. Okay, it will take time. And in publications and then manuals and so on. So likewise, you can just close this presentation sharing. So just to say that this is the website, and that. Then next presentation, please. So this was all about this APN project for, activities which we have done so far. So नहीं ये नहीं है यही है this is the one this is the one screen share करो ना okay so I think I'll skip this one. So building the climate resilience in crop. So there the problem can be identified in 4 steps. One is the pre-production, what is required before we go for the cropping, planning cropping, then the production level when the crop is in the field, then post-harvest after the crop is harvested, and then the recycling is so these are the 4 pillars on which we can design this climate smart agriculture strategies. So in the pre-production, what is need to be taken care is the soil health. So what are the you're planning for the soil health? Then conservation agriculture, then you can have this crop planning, like crop planning in that you need to decide depending upon the moisture level, depending upon this thing, what are the crops which you can grow? Is it that necessary that we should go for the rice because we are growing rice every year? Do you have sufficient butter? Does your and our natural resources support the cultivation of the rice, or does it support the cultivation of the sugarcane? These are kind of the question that farmer has to ask, and accordingly they have to plan. It's not necessarily whatever they have been cultivating for years and years and years. The same crop has to be grown again and again. So they also need to think from the soil fertility point of view, not only the natural resource management, but also from soil fertility and pest management. Sometimes they grow the solanaceous crop year after year, same crop, tomato, brinjal, tomato, brinjal. They are the same solanaceous falciparum. And then what happens? The nematode remains inside the soil because they have the host plant available throughout the year. So whatever the pest is there, it will remain available. We welcome our Mayank ji and both from the Dr. Harshvardhan. Thank you for coming, Mayank ji. So that is the thing which the farmers need to be trained on this one, how to do the crop planning. That is very important. It's not that we just give the package and practices and then don't tell about the crop planning. So crop planning is also very important aspect of this one. Then crop calendar planning, not only crop planning, like when to sow the crop, how to harvest the crop. All these things are also need to be told to the farmer. Like suppose we see the floods somewhere in March, and our crop, that is the time when our crop is maturing every year. So can we avoid by doing the early sowing crop? Can we farmer think about the changing the date of sowing, or by having the variety which can avoid this loss due to the floods and so on. So these, and then stress resistant variety, they have to go for the varietal selection which is having the stress resistance, be it biotic stress or abiotic stress. And then the dual land use, like suppose the crop is lost due to some climate change. So what is the other what you call is livelihood security which the farmers is having? So can he go for the system like the solar system and the plants together, which is called agrivoltaic system? So that kind of system also crop farmer can think of before growing any crop. Then during the production, water management, pest management, nutrient management, agroforestry, and then AgMat advisory. AgMat advisory are very important to particularly to take care of the crop, not only from the moisture point of view, but also from deciding, like suppose is it really the right time to spray if the rains are going to come? So should we spray during that time? Secondly, they can also decide about the pest and disease forecasting. It helps in forecasting of the pest and disease, not only from the water, but also from the pest and disease forecasting. Then third, where we have this post-harvest. In the post-harvest, we have different pre-processing, packaging. Then we also have the storage, proper storage. Then transportation, and then the value addition. So these are the different steps which the farmers need to take care. Sometimes they post-harvest losses, I will have a special presentation on the post-harvest losses after this one, where I will tell like the harvest losses are also leading to the climate change. So how the post-harvest losses are leading to climate change, I have one slide, I will tell you later. So it means not only the climate change, but we also losing water. Like one tomato is equivalent to, I think one tomato is equivalent to 20 liter of water. So if we are spoiling one tomato, it means we are wasting 20 liter of water. So do we really want to that kind of things, wastage? Like we are using our land. This is only water. What about the labor of the farmer? Everything has gone into the production of that particular commodity, and we are losing that commodity. And then we are talking about enhancing the production. So if we can minimize the post-harvest losses, I think we can also attain, we are contributing towards not only towards the food security, but also towards the climate mitigation of the greenhouse gases, GHG gases. And then we are talking about recycling. Waste management is very important. Whatever is the farm waste, whatever is the processing waste, everything should be reutilized into the cycling. So this recycling is very important thing in this climate change related. Then comes the, so these are the climate smart practices we have identified for different hotspots. Like the hotspots are the flood prone. There are area which are the flood prone. There are areas which are flood waterlogging, salinity, heat stress, flash floods, and all that kind of this thing. We have identified the different strategies. So what are those strategies? Like for the flood affected area, so they can have this cultivation of the submerged tolerant rice. There are varieties which can tolerate the submerged rice. Then this one is the transplanting of the rice seedling effectively from the flood-free land. And after the flood, the water recession, the plant can grow normally. Then transformation in the rain same field, or transforming or transferring the old seedling from the established or established crop field land from water flood water and receive lately. So these are the some of the studied post harvest producing fruits and vegetables in torrential area, and adjusting cropping calendar, and then sojourn cultivation. I think Bangladesh will be highlighting the sojourn cultivation, and then the floating bed cultivation. These are the two practices which I found very useful as far as the flooding or submerged cultivation is concerned. In India, we need to promote this. We need to learn this, how to promote this submerged cultivation, like particularly the floating well cultivation and the sojourn cultivation. These are very good practices as for this one. And the rice duct, I think we have started doing a little bit in India also, the rice duct or rice fish system. Then vegetable cultivation for the waterlogged area, vegetable condition in floating bed, then fruits and vegetable cultivation on bund method, and then cultivating this one aquatic vegetables. So these are the some of the, like there are certain sags which can grow in submerged cultivation in the water. So in waterlogged area, we need to have different strategy. Similarly, in the salinity, the cultivation of saline tolerant, I think everybody knows. Then soil treatment with the gypsum is again. Then water harvesting, harvesting technology, and appropriately this thing for the farm water management and so on. Similarly, for the heat tolerant varieties, like flash floods and so on. So different hotspots have got a different prioritization. These are all available in our manual. So this is some of the photographs, like in situ moisture conservation, like the zero tillage system. So there you need to have the combine the happy seeder or lately the PUSA in IRI, they have developed a biodecomposer. So that can also be applied in the field for the management of the this thing, straw management in the field. And these are some of the other technologies. So this is the vermicompost technology, and this is the low water harvesting this thing vegetables in this one in different KVKs. These are being demonstrated. And then this is the intercropping of the broccoli, like this is the alternative crops which has been like demonstrated in the different areas. And this is the rice in SRI practice, rice system of rice intensification. So SRI practices is water conserving practice, and it also improves the yield. It's not only like saves the water, but it also improves the yield. It also decreases the time which the rice takes in the field. I give you one case study from Tripura. Tripura in 1974 was a net importer of the rice. They were not self-sufficient. till 1974. So they used to like import the rice from the neighboring states. So they were food insecure state. But in somewhere in 1980s, they started introducing this SRI practices. So it started with 10% of the adoption. We were talking about the adoption, no, in the morning session. So how the adoption, large scale adoption can change the entire system, not only the system, but also the food security of the state. This is a very good example. Tripura is small state, very small state, but it was food insecure. They are rice loving, fish loving, eating state, but despite that, they were not having enough production. So SRI was introduced in 1980, and by the time 2015, they were self-sufficient because of the SRI practices only. It was enhanced from 10% to the 65% of the farmers. And when the adoption went to up to 65% of the farmers, the yield improved, everything improved, and then they become the exporter of the rice. From importer of the rice, they become the exporter of the rice. So these are the practices, like this is the power of the adoption. If you do just demonstration in one plot and say SRI improves this thing, that's not going to work. As we were discussing in the morning session, it's only the larger scale adoption which can make the change. The change can be seen only when we go for the adoption, that too in the larger scale. And this is a very good example that SRI, simple practice, in other states is not being picked up. Nobody is talking about the SRI in other states to some extent, but not to the large extent. But in Tripura, they decided and they adopted. And then now I think it's almost 100% by this time, 100% farmers are adopting. Secondly, replacement rate, seed replacement rate, they have increased this one from 60% to now 80%. So all this thing has contributed to self-sufficiency in the state. So this is the model which we should follow, like how to make it propagate to the farmers and take it to the farmers and do the larger scale cultivation. So this is the intercropping of the cabbage with pea. Intercropping, there are two advantages of the intercropping. I think everybody knows that it not only gives improves the soil productivity, but it's very good. But it also like some combinations like coriander and other crop. Coriander prevents the crop from pest infestation. It's a kind of trap crop kind of thing. And the volatile emits by the coriander keeps the pest away from the main crop. So the coriander has been found to be very good intercropping system, has been intercrop for the various crops. And then this is the integrated farming system where they are promoting the cultivation of pigs, ducks, and so on, along with this on the small field. So this just to not only for the food security point of view, but also to enhance the income of the farmers and make it more climate resilient. And then this is the integrated farming system for paddy with fish culture. So they are also doing the fish culture in the waterlogged area, though it has been now said that you do not need water for the cultivation of the rice. Why they used to do the water logging in the rice? To avoid the weeds, so that weeds does not grow. So now they are doing this rice cultivation with drip irrigation. This is very well now practiced, and it has been like practiced on large area now. The Gen Irrigation has developed this technology where they're cultivating the rice with drip irrigation, and that is the thing which we now need to promote, particularly when we know that waterlogging causes the decomposition in the soil and which leads to generation of the methane. So to avoid that methane the development, we can very well promote this upland rice cultivation practices without the waterlogging. Where there is already waterlogging, we don't have to worry about that. In the upland rice, where we're doing this rice cultivation with waterlogging, that should be avoided. And this is the year-round vegetable production in the greenhouse, net house, and the shade house. So this is the thing which we can do around the year. So polyhouse cultivation is also a very good technology, though we have been talking about the polyhouse for pretty long, but it's still not being picked up because of the cost issue. The government is providing subsidy, but farmers are they need somebody's help to how to avail the subsidy is also a big question to the farmer, because they do not know how to fill the forms, how to do this. So they need a hand holding for that also. So this farmers field adoption will take place. So there's a lot of investment is required in terms of the hand holding of the farmers, telling them what is available, not in terms of the technology, but also in terms of the money, in terms of the apps, in terms of the things which is available. So this need to be told to the farmer. Farmers does, though they come to know nowadays very through WhatsApp and everything, but only that which is being told to them. What is coming in the field, they are not aware of it. So there has to be continuous information flow to the farmer. So in the moment the information will flow to the farmer, they will get the information and then they will come curiously to you. I heard about this thing. Is it available in the market? So there has to be some connect between the scientist and the farmer. Like there are other technologies like this one, the water harvesting technologies, and then this the traps and so on. So, but again, as I told you, as the question is that adoption. So these are the yellow sticky trap on this one, you can see here, and then these are the sowing, and then poly mulching, and also again this is the bed preparation for the harvesting and the sowing, and this is the drums for sowing in on the top of the rice, and again this one. So they are doing their own bit, but maybe they are not aware of the what is happening in the latest. So this is again again different implements we demonstrated, the furrow system and ridge system for promoting to the farmers. So again, this IPM practices, integrated pest management practices, which can be used for the farmers, by the farmers, for managing the crop pest. We did, I personally have worked with farmers on IPM, promoting the IPM packages, practices. So where we like promoted the pheromone traps, we promoted the resistant varieties, we promoted the biopesticides like neem, Bavaria, and all other things. And what we found that the adoption of the three things was much faster. One was the seed treatment with the Pseudomonas and Trichoderma, because they saw the effect on the food quality, the produce quality, and they've got the three times higher than what they were getting over there. That's what the first foremost technology which was picked up. Second was the yellow sticky traps, because they saw the aphids were sticking to the yellow sticky traps. So that was promoted very fastly. That's in the farmers. Third thing was this pheromone traps, because when they say the insect caught in the inside the trap, they believe that yeah, something is happening. So what the farmer wants to see the result on their own, by their own eyes. So that unless they're seeing is believing, unless they see, they don't believe it. So seeing is believing, and that caught the things very fast. So so adoption of the technology also depends, like whether it's really working at the ground level or not. Farmers are able to see the results or not. If farmers are able to see the results, they will automatically go for adopting it. Second thing is that maybe the financial issues are there. So if they can solve the financial issues, so then adoption of the technology will become faster. Like for example, happy seeder. They're not able to, first of all, they are not able to adopt it because the happy seeder there are financial issues which are involved in it. It's not that they want to do it. This is the seed and seed leak treatment which were demonstrated to the farmers, and this became very popular because they saw the improvement in the quality of the produce. And then these are the insect traps, different traps, pheromone traps, these two, and then yellow sticky trap. And these traps were also promoted, worked very well. And what the farmers do, we taught the farmers that you can take any yellow polythene or any yellow cloth, smear some kind of oil or some kind of sticky things, and then you can make your own yellow sticky trap. You don't have to buy from the field. So they could make their, and that they find it very fascinating. So they started using the yellow sticky trap. In Africa, they make the tunnel of the yellow sticky trap. They make the tunnel over this one. So when the insect is coming, it gets to stick to this thing on the top of the tunnel. So easy things which you can and which they can make on their adoption level is higher. These are the greenhouses. So not all the farmers are doing, but some farmers, maybe 1 or 2 farmers in the villages. You will hardly find any village here, particularly in the north, where there's a series of greenhouses being used by the farmers. Not really. That's not the same. You will see 1 or 2 in one village, or two or 5 in another village. We need to find out why the others are not adopting. Is it that they are not aware of it? Is it that the financial condition is not there? Or is it that they are the scheme which they think with the government is providing a subsidy is not working properly? So those are the questions which we need to answer for. Technologies are there. Why there is no large scale adoption? So these are the relay cropping in Bangladesh. This was one of the project by UNEP, for which I was a advisory team. And then I visited, this is in Rajshahi actually, in Bangladesh. So relay cropping was very successful, very successful. And then this was again the crop relay cropping in tomato and maize. And this again this relay cropping in tomato and maize, the second field. And these are for the water harvesting, different check dams, and then basins to contain this thing. This is the water harvesting technology, how to collect the roof catchment, water coming from the roof. So this is a roof catchment technology, which can be used. Now, I'll focus upon the post-harvest losses, a case study from MIT. So, as I told you that in India, horticulture is on the rise. We see the production on what you can see every year the production is increasing despite the pandemic. It was the only the agriculture sector was one of the sectors which saw the positive growth despite the pandemic. And it also become very important because nowadays people are talking a lot about the spices, medicinal plants, aromatic plants, and spices, particularly after the pandemic. So there's a lot of scope to cultivate these plants, and the demand for these plants is growing, for cultivation is growing. So this is the growth of our sector in over the period of time. We have very good positive growth in total horticulture, fruits and vegetables. So, and then India has expected to have a highest rate of horticulture production, 329 million tons in 2021, and by 2.9% increase over the previous year, despite pandemic. The thing is that the labor was not available for some period of time. Despite that, we had a very good production. The increase in production has been registered in vegetables, spices, medicinal and aromatic plants, and floriculture sector has been the hardest hit by the pandemic, because that was the one which didn't pick up because of the obvious reasons. And the production of fruit is estimated to 102 billion tons this year, as compared to the 102.08 billion tons achieved it last year. So production is almost same. There's no change in the production. So we conducted one study which was funded by BMGF in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand on mango, lychee, and guava and banana, and vegetables like brinjal, okra, cabbage, cauliflower, sponge gourd, bottle gourd, tomato, potato, peas, and onions. So these are the losses, selected losses of the different crops. Like here you can see. Here you can see the crop loss was very high. like it's raised from 20% to 80% in some of the crops. So if we are losing 80% of the crop, you can imagine we are just producing 20% of the potential. We are just utilizing the 20% potential. So this is the greenhouse gas emission from different crops from different regions. You can see here they are the you can see this one. This is the slide which has been taken from Wageningen. So oilseed sector is the only sector which is producing the greenhouse gas during the during the food processing. Others production of GHGs, contribution to GHG is less as compared to the oilseed sector. So this way you can see, like if you're losing the production which you are producing with such hard labor and using so much of natural resource management, and if we are losing them through this waste, like through the transport, during the transportation, during the storage or something like that, then it's a entire waste of the produce which we are doing, of the entire wastage of the, not only of the money but also of the time, of the labor, and then and natural resources which has been used for in producing that waste which has been generated. So in this time we developed small technologies to minimize the post-harvest losses. One was the portable shade, then packaging, on-farm storage, and minimal processing. And so in this minimal processing, we prepared the whole tomato concentrate, we prepared semi-processed products like juice, pulp, etc., lactic acid fermentation, soil drying, and waste utilization. So this is the portable shed which we developed. So what taken, it's a portable. Yeah, you can just pull it and then take it to the next layer. So these are the kind of small interventions which we need. We don't need big interventions. Even a small intervention can lead to the saving of the losses. This led to the saving of at least 20% of the losses, because what happens if you do not provide the shade to the crop, it will lose moisture. When it loses moisture, it becomes non-marketable. If it has become non-marketable, it will not be used by the people. So this is how, so by this portable shelter, what the farmer can do, if the farmer is if the farmer is harvesting this area, they can put the shade here nearby the area. They can take the entire harvest to the shade and then sort it out, put it in the stackers, and then go to the next area and again put to the shade net over there. Otherwise, if it is a fixed structure, the farmer has to come from all the way from the other side to this fixed structure site and do the sorting over there. Whereas this is a big portable, is a big benefit to the farmers. So similarly, the packaging, initially we saw what is traditionally farmers are doing. So the package used traditionally have like rough edges and can reduce the product. So newspaper, but for that matter, they provided the newspaper wrapping and packages were modified, which result in compression and damage. And new technologies such as plastic crates, CFB liner, CFB boxes, clinch film, modified atmosphere. This is something which the farmers does not have the access to, but all these things they can have very easily access. Like this is the wrapping, packaging, which we promoted them, very easily available. But this can save a lot of post-harvest losses. Like you can see the fruits here. If we are putting them in crates, this is very normal in Australia and everywhere. But if you come to India, this is not a normal practice. What they do, they will simply put in everything inside this plastic crate without the layers. So that is the thing they do normally. So if we can provide them these liners, they can use it very effectively, and then they can minimize this one. So crate liner was provided to them, film wrapping was provided to them, and CFB boxes all together had prevented around 30% of the post-harvest loss from these rejections, because after the transportation they do the sorting and grading, what is marketable, what is not marketable. So marketable was 80% of the produce which were gone after this was marketable against the 50% rejection without this packaging. So we are saving 30% of the produce just by providing one intervention, that is the pathway. That's what I said in the morning session. Let's adopt the district and promote only 5 technologies, not the entire packages of the technology. If we try to promote the entire technology, farmers get confused what to adopt and what not to adopt. Let us select, pick 5 best, which is immediately required, and then go to the farmers. Okay, pick these 5 technologies and then get them adopted to different. And simultaneously in all districts, we need to identify the volunteers. We need to identify the superheroes for the farmers who will work for them. Maybe the students, local students, we can make them volunteers. They can come as a volunteer and they can help the farmers in picking those technology. We can train the students, local students, and then they can take these technology forward. And for any technical advice, the students can or the volunteer can always come back to us and we can give them the hand holding. Now, this is the on-farm storage. This is the ZECC, which we have created. This is a very good, very low-cost technology for storing the and minimizing the post-harvest loss. What we have done in this case, we have put the double brick layer structure, and we have filled the sand, and the water keeps dripping over here under the gravity. And due to the evaporative transpiration, the temperature inside this chamber is around 10 to 15 degrees less as compared to the outside temperature. So like recently, one of our PhD scholars had done the study with the spinach. Normally, if you keep the spinach outside, doesn't remain more than, it wilts within 24 hours, isn't it? It gets wet within 24 hours. But whereas in this ZECC, it remained fresh for 9 days without any packaging. And with packaging, it was around 10 days. This is a low-cost technology. And we are seeking the partnership to take this technology to the large scale farmers. And we have upgraded this to 1-ton facility also. So from one small, we have in our farmhouse, we'll show it to you. So we'll show the agrivoltaic and we'll also show this ZECC. So zero energy cool chamber, मैंग जी आपके साथ में इनको इस टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे हम लोग, बहुत आगे बढ़ाना है इसको, because it's इतनी अच्छी है. Like one of our student, like Hakimi, he is working on ZECC in Afghanistan, and he said when he put up this structure in the market area, what he did, he put up this structure in the market area, and marketing, the shopkeepers, the vegetable vendors were very happy because they could store their vegetable in this without any cost, and they could, whatever they are not able to sell today, they were able to store it in this one. And then he said, like, many people are coming forward to build this ZECC structure in Afghanistan. So in India also, we want to take this technology very, very aggressively into this one. Maybe ZECC mission or something like that. So this is a very low cost structure, and without electricity. It doesn't need any electricity. So without electricity, you can operate it for a pretty long period of time. So the upper one is a small version, and then this one is 1-ton walk-in chamber. And this 1 ton is in our Manesar site, and this small one is in our field here. So we'll show it to you. So this is the one. So in different villages we have established. Now what we found when we went for one of my colleagues went for the visit, they found the farmers were keeping milk also inside this one. Though it is not meant for keeping the milk, but they They were exploring the potential of using this facility for keeping the milk, and they're storing their potatoes, everything. So that's even now when you go, it's still functioning in and now and everything. So we just set up this sometime 10 years back. It's still functioning. It means it has got the potential. Farmers are using. They have not destroyed it. It means it is functioning. If nothing is destroyed after 10 years, if it's still there, the structure is there, they're using it, it means it really works. So that kind of validity we have for this technology. And this is what we want to take it further in the next phase of the project. This as a technology for the farmers, for the saving the losses. So this is how the 1 ton, the walk along chamber was built from local material. You don't need any extra material. This is built from the local material. The roof is built from the local material. You can see this is the thatch. If the cover is made from the local material, from the thatch, it has been built up. Everything has been built. What you need, you only bricks, sand, and then local bamboo sticks or something like that. Nothing there. Okay. So this is another technology which is called Coolbot, where we have the access to the electricity. This again a low cost cold storage structure. So where we have the access to the electricity, we can minimize like normal cold storage cost around not more than 2 to 3 lakhs. Whereas this structure cost only 50,000 rupees. It's the same size, but the cost is 50,000 rupees. Just I think 1/4 of whatever, or 1/5 rather, 1/5 of the cost of the cold storage. So what happens when we put this cool bot here, this fitting here, so this measures the differential temperature of the outside and inside, and accordingly like control the refrigerator. So from the normal AC, we can control the temperature as low as 4 degrees centigrade. So this is the beauty of this one. And we have this here also, but at the moment the AC is under repair, so it's not functioning, but we have in our field this system. So this is you can see the storage at Sultanpur cold storage. The outside temperature was 40 degrees centigrade continuously in July, where the temperature in Coolbot maintained for 15 to 5 degrees centigrade. So differential temperature was maintained. So this is what we have like done this case. So this is the economical aspect, very economical in construction and everything. And then this is another project which we done in DBT, where we have demonstrated the ZECC, and then crate liners, packaging, waste utilization here we have done, and also the value addition we have given in this one. So these were the training conducted to the farmers on value addition. Now normally, so what they do nowadays, NAFED is coming forward. If you can create the self-help group of the farmers, so and they can produce the value-added product, and then NAFED takes it to them, and then they give good price to the self-help group. So this is the one activity which can prevent the post-harvest losses, because rather than if like recently there was the news, not recently, about a year back, there was a news, the farmers are not harvesting their tomatoes. Why? Because there's no price. So with many commodities, we get this type of news that farmers are not harvesting. This is what we have keep listing. The farmers are not harvesting or throwing their harvest on the road, and then in the protest or something like that, because they're not getting prices. Instead of selling it, if they can do the value addition, then they can keep it for longer period of time and then sell it. So that value addition can help the farmers to not only to so they will not compel the farmer to sell it fresh, but it will so they can use it on their own and then do the value addition and then keep it. So this is the one thing which you can be promoted at later stage. Like sun-dried tomatoes are very popular in the US and Americas. So sun-dried tomatoes can also be promoted. Solar dryers can be promoted, and those kind of things can be promoted. So what they need, everybody knows how to make the pickle, but how to make the marketable pickle, that nobody knows. So that is the thing, how to make it such, like how to, so that there's no batch to batch variability. So that is the thing which you need to tell. Everybody knows how to prepare the sauce, but how to prepare a marketable sauce, this is what we need to tell them. So there's no batch to batch variability. So likewise, we have conducted many farmers training program, value-added product, semi-processed. This is another thing. We prepared a very nutritious product like this is a new combination. Bale, you know this fruit? Huh? You may not be knowing, but Dr. Siddiq knows. So this is a bale, and then we mix this with amla. Amla is rich in vitamin C, and bale is very nutritious, good for the stomach. So we mixed both of them and then prepared the leather. So this is nutritionally enriched, vitamin C enriched bale leather. So this is the one product which we have like produced and then demonstrated to the farmers how to produce it. Normally you get single fruit based leather, either the mango leather you will get, or the tamarind leather, something like that. But this is a mixture of the bale and amla, and which is very healthy. So this is the amla, this one, and then we prepare the leather by mixing with them. So we promotion of bale and amla in 2:1 ratio with 10% sugar was found as the best for the preparation of the blend fruit leather. Then 2000 ppm KMS was prepared for 2000 ppm for the preservation, and fruit leather packaging laminated one. So this is the Liver Hume Trust project which we did. Another thing which we have promoted is the utilization of the waste, like mandi waste. So from this leaf of the cauliflower. This cauliflower leaf is rich in beta carotene. So what we did, we collected the leaf from the mandis, cleaned them, dried them, and prepared the powder, and then prepared the powder and encapsulated it. And we prepared the encapsulated powder of it, and then we sold it. We got the patent of this one. So this is a very, very popular, rich. So this is the beta carotene level in the fresh cauliflower, and this is in the dried cauliflower leaves. Then we prepare different squash and all that kind of things. Then another project we have from Morom House by delayed ripening. If you can delay the ripening, so you can transport the fruits in the premature. You can harvest it prematurely, transport it, and then when you want to use it, then you ripen them. Are you getting? You can keep it for as long as you want. So we tested this product, which is called MCP1. Now it is available in India. मयंक जी अभी इंडिया में रजिस्टर हो गया ये MCP1. तो इसके भी प्रोड्यूस को हम लोग अच्छे से ट्रांसफर कर सकते हैं फार्मर्स को, because here this Rom House has given us to do the testing, like how long the shelf life can be increased if we use the 1 MCP on different fruits. So we tested on different fruit crops like mango, and then you can see this is the ripe lock technology. So treatment of shelf life, you can see this one, the treatment, the shelf life was increased to 34 days. You can see here, this is a control, and this is the treated one. This is for the different mango varieties. These are for the mango. So highest, there's a response change. The response is changing from crop to crop. Not only crop. This is a simple mango, but from variety to variety. So this one is giving the low response, while this one has given the highest response. So this is the ripe technology of Alfonso. So visual and organoleptic evolution of shelf life of ripe lock treated with maintained the best consumer acceptability for 38 days after treatment. This is done with the sensory also. And then texture of ripe plug treated with fruit 38 days. A full ripe stage was noted to be about 2 times higher than the full ripe stage of the control fruit as 28 days. The smart fresh treated fruits also maintain the shelf life of 36 days. Both TSS and texture value of smart fresh fruits were noted to be good in consumer consumption on 36 days. So you can keep the mangoes just by simple ripe lock technology, simple ripe lock technology, 36 days without uh, like having degrading them. So other innovations at Amity University, I'll just touch upon them, like what are the other innovations which we are doing here at Amity University. So we have agrivoltaic, we were talking about in the morning. Dr. Silva Modi sir, so this is the system which is again is available in our field here. So we have designed these photovoltaic solar panels, and we have designed the angle of these panels in such a manner so it doesn't give the shade to the crop throughout the duration of the time, so that the yield is not hampered. So angle is has been designed. Also, we have like fitted the 2 wipers in this one with automatic cleaner of this one. So the problem with the efficiency of the photovoltaic system is that it collects the dust, and once the dust is there on the panel, the efficiency of the panel goes down. So what it does is sprinkles the water and cleans the panel automatically, and that so that automatic cleaner is there. So that improves the efficiency. Second efficiency is improved by growing the crop below the panel. Why? Below the panel, because of the evapotranspiration, the temperature goes little lower. So temperature, so it maintains the low temperature below the solar panel, because solar panel efficiency goes down at high temperature. So by lowering down the solar temperature beneath the canopy, and then also cleaning the dust, it improves the efficiency of the system. So this is another a beautiful technology. So we have combined the solar for agrivoltaic with agriculture for optimizing the land use. Second thing, if something happens to the crop because of the weather vary or something, the farmers will still be able to earn some money because of the electricity which is he producing. Okay, so he can now earn extra money from the same land which he was or he is still using for a particular growing a crop. So he can grow the crop as well as same time he can also harvest the energy, solar energy in terms of the electricity, which he can sell to the grid and then earn extra money. So morning session, Dr. Silva Modi mentioned about this zinc biofortification. As you know, zinc, the only source is the soil. From soil, it comes to the plant. From plant, it comes to the human beings. That's how the whole cycle works. So it has been reported that 49% of the soils in India are deficit in zinc. If the soils are deficit, that means the plant will also be deficit. If the plant is deficit, it means the human beings will also be deficit. And zinc deficiency is very crucial. It is important coenzyme in many coenzyme of many reactions. So that's why this zinc ability is very important. And now India, like more than 0.1 million children are supposed to be affected by it. And India ranks 9th out of 73 countries in terms of the availability of the investing in zinc. And zinc requirements are highest for women and children. And then majority of the Indians have cereal based diet, so the zinc deficiency is widespread. So we need cost effective method for increasing zinc content in food crops and to increase the dietary zinc intake. Sorry. So here what I have done, we have developed a nano zinc based formulation and has sprayed directly on the crop. Rather than putting in the soil, we have done the foliar spray. And with the foliar spray, what happens? like the absorption of the zinc in the plant is much better, and the plant become and the wheat which was harvested later was having very good zinc content. So it enhanced the zinc content. So we compared the soil application versus the foliar application. So foliar application works better than the soil application. So this is another technology which has been developed by Dr. Ajit Verma, which is called Rootonic Pyrethromospora indica. I think you must have read this about this technology. And this has been like sold to many companies. So what it is a growth promoter and abiotic stressor, and then it is also a biofertilizer, bioregulator, and bioherbicide. So what does it mean? It means if you grow this crop, the plant, if we use this Rootonic, the crop the crop efficiency improves significantly. And the beauty of this Rootonic is this, that the crop is able to survive the harsh climate as high as plus 50 degrees centigrade and low climate as low as the minus 30 degrees centigrade. So this is the temperature stress tolerance the crop gets after being treated with Rootonic crop. So this is another formulation which we have developed under Indonesia project from BCMNSys. The BCMNSys produces certain chemicals like which gives like the lipopeptides and which gives the protection against the various fungus. So we have formulated this product and have tested under the pot trials. We have done 2 pot trials and we found it very effective. So this is another product which can be used for combating the plant and disease problem. And this is SCC deaminase, which is like developed by Dr. Sangeeta Pandey and her group. So this bacteria she isolated and then has done several this isolated, and then it produces a DCC deaminase, and it enhances the stress against the salinity and so on. So this is another. This is still under the paperwork has been done. She has published several papers, but it still need to be formulated and developed into a kind of product. These are some of the products which we have converted from fish waste. Yeah, so fish has like when we use the fish, we always throw the head and viscera and the skin and bones. These are thrown away. We don't use them. We only use the other part of only the flesh part of the fish. So what we have done, like Asha and Kushbu are sitting here, both of them have worked in this their thesis project. So we collected the waste from surimi industry, the head and viscera and the skin and bones. So from this from head and viscera, we produce the protein hydrolysate and micro encapsulated it so that it does not give the fishy odor. And this micro encapsulated protein hydrolysate has then been converted into ready to eat soup. So you can just pour this soup, and then this is a protein enriched soup. Then we have done the sensory evaluation also, and we have got good marking for this one. And similarly, from skin and bones, we isolated the gelatin. We extracted the gelatin and produced the ready to cook meatballs out of it. When we use the gelatin in meatballs, it enhances the chewiness of this meatballs. So this is how these products have been developed from fish waste. So, and then from surimi industry, we get a lot of water is produced, and then and from that water contains a lot of protein. So because of which it cannot be drained out in the main drainage because of the high nitrogen content, because of the protein coming from the proteins gives a lot of nitrogen content. So we so industry said that this is a problem if you can solve this problem. So we developed this process by which we can we remove this protein from the wash water below the 100 ppm was a standard was a standard set by the by the CPBB, by the Pollution Control Board, where we brought down up to 20 ppm. So these are this technology has also been patented. So now I will end my presentation by saying of the Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. His vision is that he wants to make India 2030 a knowledge superpower. So he says that, and I can say with pride that my scientists, my researchers move with this confidence that they will do wonders and will add to the growth of the nation, and this will help making India not only a knowledge superpower but also a general superpower. With these words, I end my presentation. So any question?
Yeah, thank you for that wonderful presentation. Very practical solutions to the farmers on how they can be able to adapt. I've really liked the presentation. So my question relates to, you have shown a lot of innovations in terms of practical things that farmer can do to add value to their produce, prolong the life of those produce, and even produce other things like the tomatoes that you are showing, how they can be able to crush the tomatoes, prolong the life of the tomatoes. That is very interesting. So my question is that, is there any effort to help the farmers to move now from that stage and start to move to the stage of getting certification for the products that they produce and commercialization, so that they can be able to scale this up to become an industry that can generate income for them?
There is always an industry called NAFED, National Agriculture Food Development Board. So NAFED is the agency which produces different kind of jams, sauces, jellies, and also and then they have very good market value. They already have established market. So what they have started now doing, they have started taking from, now government is promoting a lot of farmers producer organization, FPOs. The one cluster, they can form the FPO, and then they produce these kind of things through the value addition. We give them the training, they produce it, they put their own branding. They can do their own branding also. And then NAFED purchase it directly from the farmers FPO. So this scheme has already come by the NAFED. So then they give a margin to this one, and FPO is even free to take it from even from the small farmers also, directly from single woman farmer also. They can take the produce and put their level and give it to the NAFED. So that kind of revolution is now coming. NAFED has come forward. Initially, this was not there. Now they are coming forward to take the produce directly from these FPOs or even single farmer. If they're doing value addition, they will take it from the single farmers, but they should have the FSSAI license. The licensing has to be, certification has to come from the FPO, and then the marketing part is taken care by the NAFED. So, and there are certain agencies who are being mentoring these FPOs. So government is giving money to those agencies for mentoring of these FPOs. So how it is done in Bangladesh, when the Bangladesh will tell during their presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Nutan Kaushik. A lot of innovations you have presented to us, and we are going through this. So the question is that at home level, the small and marginal farmers, so are they doing this? These innovations are transmitted to them through extension agencies or not? Because most of in our country also, there are some good innovations from the research institutes, but dissemination and adoption rate is very, very few. And what Dr. Amin Magura told us, that if we cannot link them to the entrepreneurs and ensure the safety and quality of the products, so market will not accept it. So what's the condition in India now?
As I told you earlier, now India is promoting farmers producers organization. There's a target of farming. How many? I think 1 million or something, some 10,000 FPOs in 1 year. Some they have a target to form that much of farmers producers organizations in 1 year. And then so we are also putting up a proposal to the government of India to become the mentor for those creation of those MPO in our nearby villages, so that we can help the farmers. And we will pass it on all our technology, which we are having here, to the farming community. So this is the very good initiative of the government of India, and to perform the FPO. And FPO then is a group of farmers. And then another thing which now government of India is producing, one village, one product, which is good actually. One village, one product is good. Product may not be the agriculture product, it could be some other product. One village, one product, like your pickle can become one product. If you're growing, your area's village is growing only mangoes, then maybe mango pickle, mango leather, that can go as a, like only mango related things can go, rather than making small things here is one here, one in another districts. So that's the thing which is now being promoted. So that's another. Now railways has also come forward. They're also coming forward, one cluster, one product. So these kind of things are now being promoted. I hope that this will bring some kind of revolution in terms of the adoption of the technologies. So these are the beginning stages, though we have FPOs for last so many years, but most of them were non-functional. But now there's a lot of emphasis is being given by the government, and government is taking, when there's a government pressure, I think the things works. So we are glad that policymakers are thinking in that direction, and they're promoting. Regarding the safety part, they have FSSAI certified. If we have to get this FSSAI certificate, where we have to produce this thing. So HACCP and everything is trained. That's why we go only to the FPO parts. So FPO responsible for the safety aspect. And then for marketing, NAFED is responsible for the marketing part. So they can create their own brand. But since market already has established linkages all over India, so they take it and then they sell it. Many farmers have started doing it now. One of our farmers in Bulandshahr district, nearby district, he was nothing. Now he started selling everything, biofertilizer, biopesticide. He's developing everything. You name it, and he's producing everything. So and he has been given the award from the government of India for doing this good service to the farming community. So I hope that we will be in another 5 years, we should see some kind of things happening at the ground level also. Change at the ground level.
Thank you. That you are much ahead from Bangladesh in these respects, I should say, because regarding the producers organization, what we learned from the secondary informations, that Indian producers organizations are more organized. Unfortunately, in Bangladesh, a lot of government and donor assistance projects, maybe more than 2 decades, millions of dollars they have spent. Small group of 20 to 25 farmers. So, and link them to the market, and commodity collection center in the nearby the production zone. These are, but unfortunately, whenever the project is ended, it stopped. And government is also not taking much care to extend the best practices. So that's why that our condition is much less improved as compared to you, because all projects are addressing the issue of group marketing, self-group development like this way. But you are fortunate, the Indians, you are much ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We were also facing the same problem few years back, but now the movement has started. So that's why I say that we are pleased to see this change now. Maybe Dr. We have from KVK. आप कुछ बता दीजिएगा, what is the current status? Your comments, please, on this.
We have just formulated 3 FPOs in Noida district, and they have registered, more than 200 farmers in each FPO groups. They are going to produce organic product of rice and wheat, value addition, and pickles making, and they will sell to directly. They will try to sell at consumers level. So we are trying at this level, and if we will get success, then we will go for more FPOs. This is the fact for FPOs in Noida districts.
Yeah, I think now this FPO thing is coming very nicely. That's what. And who is promoting this FPO? Only KVK or?
The central government is
No. Any mentor for this?
Deputy Director Agriculture of the particular districts, and we are supporting technically.
Okay, very good.
Actually, I would also like to add something, because in India, as Madam rightly told, that we are having a target of 10,000 FPO. And there are many FPO, those are being registered just like any company, just like as a corporate. So the FPO can be registered under the Company Act, as well as they can be registered under the Cooperative Act. So those are the many profitable companies are there. There is one company that is FPO that is called Sahyadri Farms. Sahyadri Farms, it is based in Pune, and its turnover is around more than 1,000 crore. So there are many entrepreneurs, they are not taking any support from the government, but young entrepreneurs, they are just establishing their farm in form of FPO, and they are trying to sell many unique product or some value added product in the agricultural commodities, and many of them are exporting also. Say for example, earlier there were a lot of India used to export the grapes, the mangoes, oranges to now even the European Unions also, because that should have to be pesticide free and it should have to be safe for the European people. Now in that Sahyadri Farms, they are giving the support to the farmers from the production to all the stages of value chain, so that the complete value chain, and they are taking buybacking, and after that they are exporting those products to the other markets. So that way FPOs are being doing very well in a lot of product, not only in grapes, then pomegranate, the whole value chain has been established.
Yes. In pomegranate, now one of our master's students, after learning the post-harvest handling here, he became the entrepreneur, and now he is exporting this arils, pomegranate arils, to different countries. He has become an exporter after learning, doing masters here. So that is the only thing, is that they need to be told like how to proceed in right direction. They have the product, they have the pomegranate. It's not that pomegranate was not there earlier. They were there earlier, but they didn't know how to make it, how to package it nicely so that it becomes exportable.
Thank you for that comprehensive presentation. I think there are different levels of interventions. One is we're talking about the uniformity of the product, where you follow certain standard practices and then produce that, and then marketing is done by someone else. There could be young entrepreneurs where you have already commissioned a group of farmers. It could be from different districts or the same district. They give all the specifications, go through the process, so the risk is not their side. Then they bring it to the entrepreneurs. They will do the packing, they will do the marketing, etc., but they get a premium price. So there the risk is less. When you talk about food production system, value adding, then comes the safety issues, etc. Maybe average farmers can't do that. You know, some of these bacteria and other things and contaminate and so on. That may be another agency will come, but the primary product is coming from the farmers, and then an agreement between the farmers and the entrepreneurs or the industry then develops. It's like for example, you take Scotland. Scottish whiskey is a good example. It's not produced by one person. It's produced by a number of small farmers who grow the barley. They produce the product, and then malting is done, and they brand under the Scotch whiskey. Scotch whiskey is not coming from one farmer. Such a small country, Ireland, and that's how they do it. So yes, it's an early stage, but what you have shown is that you can add value, and this is the technology behind. Then someone else has to take up that, then upscale it, then fine tune it, and bring all the things. I mean, there's no other way. In India, there's no other way other than depending on small scale farmers. You have what, 150 to 250 million small scale farmers. So the aggregation of the product at various levels from the farm to the factory, wherever this is going to be done, has to take place. In between, you got the storage issues, transportation issues. For example, tomato. Now this is the tomato season, probably 40 degrees, and a pile of tomato, if you put a thermometer, it could be 50 degrees or 60 degrees. Mangoes, heaps on the roadside. Then you got products like all wonderful melons, rock melon, honeydew melons, watermelons, etc. So it's a big issue in India. And that's why the government of India, what I read is that value adding is the way to forward. Otherwise, production is heaps. You look at the horticulture production in India, it's more than the grain production. The grain production you showed was 325 or say 350 million, and horticulture production is already more than that. A big revolution. And you got example of the milk production and the famous Kurian, Dr. Kurian. He started as a young person. He did his master's from University of Wageningen and then came to Gujarat. And all these farmers have got 1 or 2 buffaloes. And then he ended up in Gujarat. And then he said, these farmers have got 1 or 2 buffalo producing 6 liters of milk or those days. Then he formed the Amul, AMUL cooperative. It's one of the biggest in the world. All kinds of products but it started from a very low level. So to me, that's the way, the farmers cooperative with the support of the government, technical stabbing from people like you and others, and then the value adding. Otherwise, Indian agriculture will be sitting in the same way as they have been. But the export of Indian agriculture is enormous, huge, particularly to the Middle East, which is the easiest market, then now to the Europe. The other example is if you look at the marine industry of India, marine exporters. So it started all from the coastal areas of Vizag, Kerala, and West Bengal. Now India is one of the leading fish exporters. So they started in the operation. EU came back and said, we will not take. You have to have the ISO 900, ISO, this thing. You have to have the specification. So they started importing the chilling, the processing, peeling, cutting, all equipments from Germany or France. Now, if you go to the fish processing places, they're all packed beautifully, labeled. And if they find any bacteria in the product, the entire ship will be. So it's a market pull and demand, then the industry changed. So I'm optimistic. The challenges you said is important, but the government has got a role to play, small scale industries, facilitating that, aggregating that, and then quality specification. Then the market is enormous within India itself. If you go to the supermarkets, all kinds of products are there. And for example, you sit in Australia with me, Haldiram products. You don't need to buy from here. When someone say, I'll give you some sweet, I said, I can't take it because of the quarantine. I can buy in Perth as cheaper or slightly higher price, but products are coming. So it will happen. So thank you.
So any more question or discussion or addition, observation? Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Vasista Kotra. Ma'am, my doubt is like everyone here who is discussing about anything about agriculture here, whose concept is to increase a general farmer income, right? And also increase sustainability, right? As everyone have said, like value addition is one of the easiest way and one of the best way to increase increase net income of a farmer. Yes, it is true, but how actually it is going to benefit farmer? Is it really going to benefit farmer? Or only the businessman or only the people who are owning the FPOs are the one who are getting benefited over here?
Actually, in the FPOs, farmers are the owner of the FPOs in many of the FPOs. But as you rightly told that there are a lot of other organizations and there is a chance, you are rightly told that there is a chance. That's why the government has to do the hand holding of farmers. That wherever, but anyway, if the value addition will be there and the price of farmer rupees in the consumer price, whenever the share of farmer will be more, then only the farmers can be benefited. So that everyone has to ensure in the whole chain that the farmer's share in the consumer rupee has to be increased at all the time. That it has to be ensured.
We have one more presentation from India, from the World Bank, Dr. Mohanty. So though as per the schedule, we had the tea break, but there's slight delay in the tea. So can we have that presentation first, if everybody agrees? Okay. Thank you. And then maybe tea, we can get it served inside. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. आप जॉइन कर लीजिए, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन कर दीजिए। आप मेरे भी तो मेरे को जॉइन कर दो। He's just joining. आप देखते क्या रहता है।
As the last speaker for today's technical session, I would like to invite Dr. Jeevan Prakash Mohante, a qualified development professional with an education in political economy of international development assistance at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Mohante worked in the area of policy research, rural development, agriculture, and climate changes issues. During his association with Terry, he worked extensively on energy and climate change issues and was credited with overseeing the implementation of first climate credit pilot project in India. During his tenure as renewable energy specialist with IFAD, he developed a technology manual assessing the efficacy of climate resilient agricultural technologies developed by ICAR institutions. He also supported ICAR in designing a program for innovation and upscaling of energy efficient agricultural technologies. His current position with Agriculture and Food Division of the World Bank, he is working on intervention relating to One Health reforms in fertilizer sectors and work initiated by World Bank on food losses and waste. We welcome you, sir. Sir, okay.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Are you going to project that presentation which I
He
sent?
has unmuted.
Yeah.
Voice note. Sir, you are not audible to us.
Can you hear me now?
No, sir.
Oh, what happened?
We can hear online.
Now, can you hear me?
Sir, maybe
Online it is audible,
maybe
but I don't know.
can reconnect again.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yes, sir, you're audible, perfectly audible.
Now I'm audible?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm reconnecting.
Sir,
हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 माइक टेस्ट हाँ तो भाई कुछ उधर ही है देखो हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो हेलो माइक चेक हेलो 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 माइक चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
he's online. Sir, you are muted.
Yeah, I'm back.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. So can you just project that presentation? I just shared it with Dr. Nutan Kaushik.
So, sure. Sir, ma'am hasn't received the presentation yet.
Oh, she hasn't? Oh, I just sent it. Okay, I'll try to project it from my end.
Yes, sir.
See. 1 second. So there is some firewall in my system. So that is the problem. That is why I had requested Dr. Kaushik to share the presentation. I'll just try again. No. I'm resending the email. I hope.
So can you please tell what is the size of the file that you have shared?
That is 5235 KB, I think.
ठीक है, भेज दो।
So could you mention the email address which you sent the file to?
jivanmohanty@gmail.com. This email has been sent.
To, ma'am, which email ID?
Hello. आपका जो email है उसमें 1 second. Yes. 1 second. I'm just forwarding it again. Yeah. Okay, N Kaushik 5 are saying, right? N Kaushik. NKAUSHIK 5, huh? T.edu, right? Okay, just forwarded it. Just check here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just sending it for you again. Kaushik N. And 2008 at Gmail. I think Gmail will you'll get faster compared to. I've sent it. I've sent it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, yeah, it's visible. Yeah,
Sir, you can guide me. I will move your slide.
yeah. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to present very few slides, like 5-6 slides on the experiences in climate smart agriculture, or what we call climate resilient agriculture. See, in World Bank, there is one project that it is financed in the state of Maharashtra, that is called POKRA, Project on Climate Resilient Agriculture. But as a predecessor to that, there was a project called NICRA, National Initiative for Climate Resilient Agriculture. All of you would be knowing, that was started by ICAR. So the idea was that the villages that are covered by the KVKs, they generally are not connected to the technology landscape, which is basically in the better of states in like Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP kind of places. So the idea was to take the technologies to the farmers through either custom hiring centers or some sort of small hub, technology hub in villages, where these farmers can get access to technology. But initially, it started as a technology for climate resilient agriculture. There, certain practices, agricultural practices, climate resilient practices are also introduced into that over a period of time. So KVKs were primarily given responsibility to implement that project. And that project, evaluations keep happening of that project, but there has been no national level evaluation of that project so far. So there are certain case studies, some experiences where people have got benefits after application of this climate resilient technologies. Those have been documented by the KVKs themselves. Some of them I am going to share here today. And before that, I'm going to talk about what World Bank is doing in the state of Maharashtra. But again, the evaluation report I could not get due to paucity of time. So, but there has been some evaluation that has happened, but I have not been able to get across to that. So I'll only be talking about the components that the project is covering and what the main objective of the project is about. Please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm just giving a strategic overview and the thematic linkage that POKRA has basically, presented to the state of Maharashtra. This project is 4 years old. This project got signed in 2018, and substantial work has happened in that area. So what has happened in that project is that a state level, assessment was done whether this kind of project would be very befitting to the state of Maharashtra. So what the assessment got from that state was that there has been increase in average temperatures in the state. There are certain districts we can mention in this Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. And there has been increased average monsoon rainfall also. You'd be knowing the deluge that has been happening in Mumbai kind of cities, and there has been excessive rain also. And there is also high rainfall variability. So these are the three things. Our intensity of the rainfall has also increased. So these 3-4 things that basically shows that there has been climate change, and things are not looking good in a state like Maharashtra, which has a very prosperous agriculture there. So then there are delays in monsoon rainfall in that state. And extreme precipitation has also impacted the agricultural practices there. So even dry spells, during monsoon seasons, the gap in, different spells of rain, that also creates problem for the cropping system that is there in the Maharashtra state. So now what World Bank team, decided was they have to basically do a multi-pronged intervention. So they started with, they wanted to develop a climate resilient agriculture sector. And as part of that, they wanted to target productivity increase, household income increase, and the overall growth of the agriculture sector. So in that, the benefits were that like GHG emissions were also targeted to be reduced, which was contributing to INDC's in India's nationally determined contributions to climate change, and contribution to World Bank's commitment to increase climate related share of portfolio. So this is one of the first projects in the state of Maharashtra, and there are further scaling up that would be happening in the time to come. So next slide, please. Yeah. So as part of this, there are 3 components. So in those, the idea was that we have to increase the adaptive capacity of the smallholder farmers. The target was smallholder farmers. In that, farming practices targeting, soil health, water use efficiency, crop productivity were, considered. And there's a massive, what do you call the change in the irrigation pattern when you started working on the drainage line and catchment area. The treatment of those things were also targeted on this. And agronomic practices, I mean, it was already being done by KVKs and ICR and the state government also. So some agronomic practices with focus on in situ moisture conservation. So that was also targeted under this. Then the absorptive capacity of stakeholders in selected commodity value chains. So it is not like about giving them a new technology or practices, but you have to include them in the commodity value chains, because most of the Maharashtra they depend on horticultural products, commercial crops also. So the need for connecting them with the commodity value chains was also thought of. So smallholder inclusive value chains for climate resilient commodities, certain commodities were identified, and inclusive value chains were also developed. That included this FPCs and different smallholder farmer groups and all that. They were also involved in that. So the other aspects of this was to basically provide them quality seeds to the farmers, climate resilient varieties of seeds. There are many, like if you talk about paddy in India, there are a lot of climate stress resistant varieties that has been invented by ICR and other private institutions also. But that is not that is locally used. If you are talking about some climate resilient varieties in the case of in the state of Assam or in Orissa, that is not going to states like Maharashtra. So the idea was to bring all those package of practices to the state under this project component. Then transformative capacity of institutions and stakeholders. So the stakeholders and the institutions that included the state agriculture department, and below that all other state level, this district level, subdivision level, and block level, village level, all the stakeholders were basically included in this project for at least in 7 states. At least they have been involved in this planning of climate advisory services have been provided to them already. And the idea was to establish a climate innovation center wherein all these innovations, if I think most of you would be aware that during the year 2008-9, Ministry of Agriculture had published a book on innovations in agriculture, the technological innovations in agriculture. So as part of that, Maharashtra state had the highest number of innovations in agriculture. So those kind of innovations were targeted to be brought in, and scaling up was also planned under that. And lastly, the promote evidence-based policy dialogue on climate change. So that is missing in the among the stakeholders. So that was also targeted under this project. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a list. I have taken this from FAO document of 2021, where it shows that there are they have listed a number of hazards under cropping system, and there are practices that can be applicable in the considering the state specific context or agroclimatic zone specific context. So if you can see, I mean, it's very small. I'm not able to read that. It's not very legible. If you look at, there are certain practices which are cross marked, and in the right hand you can see that those practices have not been, initiated or taken up under the NICRA project so far, because when I was associated with IFAD, I interacted with this NICRA people. The CRIDA is an institution in Hyderabad. They deal with this. So there are many number of practices that have been, happened in an isolated manner. It has not been taken up in a consolidated manner, but there are many practices that has been started, and the farmers are already, are doing those or adopting those practices in large numbers. So those, if you can look at the presentation, those practices which are cross-marked, they have not been initiated so far under NICRA. So I think over a period of time, considering the requirement, I think it will be taken up by the ICR. So can you come to the next slide? Yeah. So there, these are the few experiences. I also visited to these places during 2018-19, and I mean, I have not mentioned all the details about these experiences, but certain things that needs to be brought to the audience's mind, that the small villages with small number of farmers, they were able to do it because they thought that this is going to basically change their life, because they used to face a lot of problem regarding this water. Water was a problem. Water harvesting structures were created, and although they are not very big innovations, but at least they were able to change the life of the farmers in a very small number. It's a northeastern state in Meghalaya, these two villages, and they were able to basically meet their needs of this through vermicompost. They got organic fertilizer, and the water provided through these systems, water harvesting structures. They helped them to do this vegetable cultivation during winter season. So that gave them a lot of monetary resources during that. And system of rice intensification also, that was also adopted by them. I don't want to go to the details, but what I saw was the farmer, when you bring some new package of practice or technology to them, it is not about basically introducing it to them, but you have to consistently work with that. I through my experience in the last 5 years or 6 years, working extensively with ICR system, I found that the KVKs are not able to devote so much time, for this kind of, activities. So they have been involved in certain other activities, and there are many publicity related activities that they are engaged in. So the core capacity of the, ICR, that to basically take the technology to the people and package the practices to the people, that can happen through this NICRA system, but that is not, happening with all that. So then maybe some, like MIT University, and there are many institutions they are working on, agriculture policy. They can basically have a dialogue on this kind of, how to evolve a new KVK system. KVK system can be modernized. The way it has been operating, it is not going to basically help a large number of people. If you consider the coverage of ICR KVKs, I mean, although they say that they're able to cover around 200, 300 villages, but effectively they are not able to cover them. So I mean that there are a lot of issues that these climate resilient technologies that cannot be only introduced through a custom hiring centers. It needs to be taken to the people. That needs to be adopted by them over a period of time. So please, next slide. Yeah. So this is also one of the experiences in Karnataka, and the other is in Kutch district of Gujarat. There also, I mean, we saw that in dryland agriculture system, water is a big issue, and all the point goes to where the water would come. So small innovative ideas introduced by some KVKs, like introducing this intercropping. It's not a rocket science, but the farmers didn't know that. I mean, it can bring a lot of change to their thinking or the system of agriculture. So maize plus red gram, that was introduced, and the farmers saw that they're getting a lot of yield. The yield has increased per acre, and I know earlier they used to only sell maize, and now they're selling both maize and red gram. So that is basically giving them a lot of return. You can see this from 712 rupees to their return has basically increased, let's say by 17-18 times. So I mean, that's a big increase. So that is how, I mean, farmers are going to benefit if this kind of technologies or package of practices are taken to them and delivered at their door level. And so similarly for the Kutch region experience, I mean, I've been visiting Kutch region for a long time, like from 2011-12, but I saw that the new things are being introduced. In 2013-14, the people were not believing that they'll be able to grow pomegranate, but they're now yielding a lot of fruit every year. I mean, their income has grown up like anything, because farmers in such areas where groundwater is also polluted, and they don't get rainfall. They say that in Kutch, every alternative year they get some rain, or every 2-3 years they get some rain. So in those kind of situations, when this kind of small experiences that goes to help the farmers, that help them in increasing their income, that help them increasing their knowledge, that help them increasing the acreage of the farmers in a lot more like extensive ways. So I think these are very small and illustrative examples, but there are many examples across India, wherein NICRA and through the World Bank project in Pokhara, I mean, some experiences must have been gathered, but since I could not get access to that document, I think people are working on the ground. Scientists are working on the ground to basically take climate resilient technologies to to different states, different places, and there are good institutions. They are also working. All be knowing about Climate Atlas that was published by CRIDA. I mean, that basically gives you an idea which are the districts beyond 10 years they are going to be facing the large number of droughts or heavy rainfall and all that. So when you know that, you can easily plan. There are state action plans also on climate resilient agricultures. So I mean, those kind of things can be brought to the discourse, and more discussions can happen on how to take real technologies, so that people are basically benefiting out of it. So I think there are no more slides in this. Yeah, thank you. I had to say this. If you have any questions, I'm open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeevan. Though it was a brief presentation, but had many things in it, many messages also. As we were also discussing the same thing, like we have many technologies, we have many things, many practices. So how to take it forward at large scale? So can you throw some light on that one, like what kind of, at what scale we should and how to take it forward, if you have any idea, what World Bank perspective point of view, how World Bank can support it, this idea of taking it further, scaling it up at larger scale, small scale, then large scale, if you can just throw some light on that.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Dr. Kaushik. So I'll start with one of my personal experiences with Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. They work extensively on agriculture systems and innovations. They have been working. So when I visited that university, what I saw was technology that has been innovated by the university people or the faculties or students. They are basically catering to a group of farmers, or they're basically catering to a large number of farmers. So there is always a need that the farmers are grouped into something like farmer groups or anything, APOs and all that. But what happens when the farmers who are poor, who are smallholder farmers, they're not able to get access to technology. So a manufacturer, what they do is when they are given the rights to manufacture the technology, they go to the best areas where farmers have the purchasing power. So then we are depriving a lot of farmers, in getting access to that technology. So giving an example of turmeric processing machine in Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, I told them, when you are engaging 12 to 13 people for processing, let's say 2 quintal or 3 quintal of turmeric, why don't you develop a technology which will involve only 2 people and can basically take 50 kg of turmeric for processing? That is how the dissemination of technology. If you make the technology small and accessible, and it can reach the farmers, and the farmers should have the purchasing power to buy it. That is number one. But coming to World Bank's support for this, World Bank keeps doing a lot of studies. I was also mentioning one of the work that we are planning to start with ICR on post-harvest management. So what happens is when you have a lot of losses through during the post-harvest management of the crops or fruits or anything you say, why don't we have a system which can basically take care of all this, so that at least the income of the farmer or the stakeholders is going up. So that the World Bank is studying that. So when we think that World Bank can bring some kind of value addition to this kind of or giving support to the promotion of such kind of technologies or ideas, it can only be through the state governments or the central government World Bank is working with. So individually institutions come and engaged, they basically give their ideas, and that idea is basically taken up for some technical assistance to institutions or to government, wherein a state government proposes that we want to take this technology developed by Amity University or some associated university. The state government becomes the owner of that proposal, and World Bank is willing to support those kind of things. It's a basically a bilateral relationship between the government, state government, or the central government or the World Bank. Individual studies are there that is conducted, and technical assessments are also conducted. World Bank also offers support for that. But in Pokhara, now Maharashtra government has hired NAPCONs to do this evaluation study. There must be some other way in which institutions are getting involved, must be getting involved in other agriculture related work. So we need to basically come with a proposal and find out how this can be, this relationship or collaboration can be brought together.
Thank you for that. And perhaps in the case of Amity University, the best practice will be work with the UP government and then develop. So UP government can say that Amity University may be the lead agency or whatever. That's up to between Amity and UP. So that's quite a good answer from you. So my name is Kadambod Sadiq. I'm from the University of Western Australia. Very nice to see that short presentation. My question or clarification is that that's good. What you showed is some best practice where it involves a range of things: agronomic practice, economic practice, and then leading to higher net return for the farmer. What I would like to see is whether any of that has helped the farmers to be resilient against climate change. So what I would look at is that if the 3-year study or 4-year study, a group of farmers who practiced that were able to be resilient compared with those who hasn't. That's what kind of things I'm looking for, although I haven't seen much evidence from developing countries. Countries like Australia, we have showed that, for example, those farmers who have been practicing conservation agriculture, if you like, not tillage is one of the components of that, practicing for the last 15 years, as opposed to next door neighbor or a farmer in the same district who hasn't taken up the conservation agriculture. In a dry, extremely dry year, the farmer who hasn't practiced hasn't got any yield, whereas the other farmer got respectable or quite a good yield. So in summary, is there any evidence to show that from the Maharashtra study or from the Kutch study that the farmers who followed the best bet package was able to withstand or resilient against climate change? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the observation and the question. Not exactly from Maharashtra or your Northeast study, but farmers adopting technology is basically seen in one very successful example I would like to share here. As part of ICR, when I went to Punjab in 2017-18, pollution in Delhi was a very big issue at that time also. Now it is also. So, farmers used to resort to, this stubble burning. I went to a few, like Ludhiana, I went to different other districts where I visited this KVKs, and they used to call meetings of the farmers to basically explain them what is a happy cedar. How do you take it to the field so that you're not doing the stubble burning. So if you look at the figure today, the Punjab government figure in 2021, the adoption has been, let's say, 400, 500 times more compared to 2017. So it is basically the education, learning, and what they see as demonstration that helps the farmers to adopt. So when I gave this example of Maharashtra and other states, I basically wanted to show that smallholder farmers, they are just getting together to get some technology or practices for their own benefit. But when it comes to appropriation or adoption of technology in a large scale, you have this rich farmers who are the first mover. They are going to teach the smallholders that they have already adopted, and the smallholders can do that. In Punjab, the same thing happened. The rich farmers who was able to afford one happy cedar, he bought one and he used it in his own land and then sent it to other people, through his farmer friends, and people started adopting it. So similarly, in case of the smallholder farmers, government has to step in. When they are not able to get access to technology or buy technology, they have to basically get the support from the government. That is how they will be able to adopt the technology, or the technology use can be made more sustainable.
Okay, thank you so much for this response. Any other question from anybody who wants to ask? I mean, you have any question? Okay. So it was a very good information about this thing. As you suggested that we should work with the state government, whosoever the government, either the central or the state. But you rightly mentioned that the state should own the responsibility of promoting these technologies, yes, and then go for the funding from the different donors,
yeah,
like IFAD or the World Bank, whosoever can provide the funding. So from your experience, like to begin with, at what scale initially the funding is stated, like, and then in different stages, like in first stage, second stage, third stage, if you can just share from your experience, because you have extensive experience in dealing with this.
So there are two ways. One is that suppose you are working with the UP government. It's a big government. It is a lot of portfolios in agriculture and other things. World Bank is UP is one of the biggest borrower of World Bank. So when you look at a state like UP, suppose let us talk about climate resilient agriculture. Let's say MIT University goes to the Principal Secretary Agriculture, Uttar Pradesh government, that we want to implement climate resilient agriculture in, let's say, 100 villages. We have some innovative systems, some technologies at hand. We wanted to do it. So why can't the state government take a technical assistance, small technical assistance, let's say could be 40-50 crore rupees to implement this project? The state government has to forward that proposal to World Bank or to the finance ministry. So that is how the things operate. Like when you are coming up with some ideas or anything, the state government has to take it to World Bank or let's say Ministry of Finance. So entire process takes let's say 6 to 8 months for getting approval and all that. So in that, what happens when there is a technical assistance, let's say it's an amount of, let's say, 40 to 50 crore, the state government says that, okay, we are also putting our own resources so that this project is possible. How do they support it? They put their own entire human resource, their establishment. So that also is considered as a contribution from the state government. It is not about only monetary resources. Monetary resources are generally provided by the World Bank or World Bank kind of institution, but the state governments can also contribute in this manner.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for this clarification. That's a very good suggestion. So I think as we have been discussing since morning, that time is for the upscaling. Not we have done enough of testing. We have done enough of enumerating the practices. We have done enough of tabulating them, and enough of pilot testing. So now time is for the upscaling, and we should do it in a mission mode rather than in a project mode. So that's the time for now. So for today, we were discussing about the Indian experiences. So since morning, we had first from Smita from the mountainous region, how the jhum cultivation is being is gradually being converted to sustainable agriculture practices. Then I presented from the Indian perspective, like what all the NICRA has done, what kind of different hotspots have been, what type of things to be done for different hotspots. Then post-harvest losses, which we have, like MIT has done a lot of studies on post-harvest losses. We have extensive experience in handling the post-harvest, minimizing the post-harvest losses. We have done BMGF product, we have done World Bank project, we have done Rom and Haas project on handling this, working with farmers on minimizing the post-harvest losses and developing a small technologies, not big ones, small and big ones both. So I presented those kind of technologies. So now we have the list of technologies which is available. As you rightly said, ICR has also developed a list of technologies. So how to take them to on large scale? Maybe at district level, start with a district, 1 district, 2 district, 3 districts, like the Tripura model. I discussed about the Tripura model of SRI. I started with 1 district. Now it is 100% state. So that kind of model we need to develop. So this is what we need to think about. This is the takeaway point from here. Like now the time is for upskilling, no more testing. So thanks, Dr. Jeevan, for this brief but very crisp presentation, and also giving very good insights into upscaling part of it. Thank you so much. And I wish that you were here physically, but maybe next time, whenever you are in Delhi, please do visit us, and that will be.
I'll do so. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeevan. Thank you. Thank you for joining us with us. Thank you. Thank you from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. It was very nice to hear from every speaker, sir. It was very, very, very wonderful. I just enjoyed. And most of my part also, I just looking forward to work with you, ma'am. That was a very, very good platform which has been given a very good training. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Sushmita is a faculty in Amity Institute of Biotechnology. So she here, but today is the DRC day, so she is participating in DRC. The PhD students are giving the presentation. Navdeep was there in giving the DRC presentation. So 2 of 5 students are registered in biotechnology. So thank you, Sushmita, for all you have been always supportive of the.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So Biba, her husband works in BCI, where Dr. Biba Ahuja is working. Dr. Kadambo Siddiq was telling about the Biba Ahuja.
Yes, ma'am. He is having his another seminar. I
Hmm.
have seen his profile there in gene editing. I've seen that.
Thank you, Sushmita. So, if there are no more questions or discussions, so we call the day for the day 1. It was a very successful day. Thank you everyone for making the discussions part particularly was very interesting one. So I'm really happy that a lot of discussions, though we have a small in number, but discussions are very rich. So that way I'm very happy. So thank you everyone for making this a very wonderful day. And if you need, we'll discuss it later. If you want to have some other plan or something, go somewhere.
It's all going well. I think it's all going well. What we clearly coming to the point is that a lot of technologies are available there, whether it is done through the project or elsewhere, and the presentations you made and the one from FAO and also the one which we heard all points out the fact that technologies can make a difference, but scaling up, as you said, is the challenge. So what we need to start thinking by Friday is that what step we have to do next. So we looked at the opportunity through World Bank, and that's exactly the case with World Bank, and that's exactly the case with the FAO as well. So then we look at, again, try to focus rather than spreading too much. You know, you have a lot of presence in UP, and Bangladesh is on our side. How much we can bring Afghanistan, that's a challenge. And maybe one more state in India where the KVKV is strong, so that because we need a ICR partnership as well. So like-minded people who can work, and then we look for a scaling up project. Again, the World Bank presentation, what he showed doesn't convince my question. He didn't answer what I was expecting. What he's saying is that package of practice will help the farmers. I'm sure it is. But where is the evidence that when climate change, flash flooding, he talked about a lot of flooding in Maharashtra, where that helped those farmers to produce the horticulture products. It may need time. That's the kind of thing we need to look. Yeah, so otherwise we can say, look, forget about climate change. Let us go for the best practice production, reducing the input cost, increasing the productivity, market access. These are all good tick items in other ways. But what we need is in our, when we look forward, did it make any difference in, if everything comes and flood out, then everyone got flooded out. Probably these farmers will lose more than the farmer who hasn't invested in any technology. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So the drought, and that's what I was saying, that in our case, we have showed that in a very dry year, the farmers who followed the climate resilience packages have produced yield. Otherwise, you know, in very dry years, we never get yield. So I think we may need to look at that. That will be convincing for the other farmers, because we can show that, look, in a year where there was drought or flash flood, the farmers who took some of the technologies were able to survive better than other farmers. Yeah. And that applies to Bangladesh as well. So we look for such examples if we have.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Hakimi. Hakimi, are you there? IT? Hakimi ko promote kiya hai? Yeah, he's there. Can you talk now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening to you, ma'am, and all participants. So it was a really great presentation that we had today, and really we have learned so much new achievement with a very respectful speakers. So it was a really informative. They were a really informative presentation. So I do not have any specific questions. So let's see for the future. And sorry that I'm not there.
Yeah, we are missing you. We all
Thank
are.
you.
We all are missing your presence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good. Okay then. Thank you everyone, and then let's say close the day one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's clap for us, all of us. Yeah.